Okay, this is a four-ring circus.
They're going on simultaneously, so we'll do our best to let you know where everybody is throughout. Down in that bottom left corner, that is one of the best gymnasts in the country. That is Lindsey Brown starting things off for Denver. Iowa State, as we mentioned, on vault, Oklahoma on bars, and West Virginia on the floor exercise.
Lindsey opening up with a nice front toss to back handspring. Nice start for Iowa State on vault, kicking off with a nice Yurchenko flip with a small hop on that landing. Lindsey's in her senior year. She's had a fantastic career at Denver.
Lindsey Brown was the number 3 ranked gymnast in the country in the all-round, and number 20 in the nation on division.
What a way to kick off that competition. Stuck her gainer full dismount off the side. You know, they may not have their head coach, but I think they're came to play today, I should say.
Absolutely. They are starting off with one of the best gymnasts in the country in your beam rotation. That is not a bad place to be. Certainly built some confidence there. Now we're over on the vault for Iowa State. We saw one of their vaulters go while we were in the quad box. That was Phoebe Turner who started things off. This is Emily Hong, who will be the second gymnast to go after them. We talked with Coach Jay Ronayne coming into this competition. You can see him back right there of your shot. And he talked about how, yeah, they're not favorites and they might need some help from Oklahoma in the form of having them make mistakes. But he said, we just need to keep it close and look for opportunity, but we have got to be almost perfect.
It's always anybody's competition in a gymnastics meet. There can be falls, there can be mistakes, so you never know what's going to happen.
So we had a scoring issue on the vault, so we're going to jump back over to the balance being with Abby Thompson. She'll be the second athlete, obviously, to go in for Lindsey Brown's score. You got to wonder, Alicia, we've seen a little bit of slow scoring here and there during the season, but you got to kind of find your footing, I think, if you're the judges here in the postseason. Postseason judging sometimes can be a little bit different than the regular season and feel like they've got to get these first few ones right, because that's kind of going to dictate what happens the rest of the evening.
Some of the delays are technology. You know, the judges are not used to using this stuff. You usually just have your little score, you do your calculations, lift it up. So it's all about adjusting. The judges have had a tough time this season, but they are making it work. A nice Yurchenko full, which was stuck by Emily Hong.
It's only 2 vaults in, but they're doing exactly what Iowa State needs to do. They gotta hit clean, stick some landings. That cannot be emphasized enough. If you are an underdog, and pretty much everybody is against the Oklahoma Sooners, you have got to stick a lot of landings. And so far, Iowa State looks great.
Nice good handstand to toe shoot.
Catherine Lavasser from Oklahoma, the second gymnast to go for the Sooners.
Beautiful double layout, and she sticks the landing. It's technique and landings and all the fine-tuning elements gymnastics that Oklahoma just excels at.
She followed Olivia Troutman's 9.85, a very nice lead-off score to build on if you're the Sooners. An embarrassment of riches, there's KJ Kindler in her 15th season as the Sooner head coach. Now we're going to jump over to the floor exercise. McKenna Lennon for West Virginia. She is a senior out of Canton, Michigan. Gymnastics America, a very well-respected gymnastics club in the state of Michigan. McKenna follows Keanu Yancey's 9.85, a season high for her. What a start for the Mountaineers. Gymnastics America, a very well-respected gymnastics club in the state of Michigan. McKenna follows Keanu Yancey's 9.85, a season high for her. What a start for the Mountaineers.
McKenna opens up with a front handspring, front 1.5 to back layout step out.
Alicia mentioned what is on the line for West Virginia, trying to qualify to the regional championships, which they are hosting. So they want that team in there. They got to be in the top 36 in the country. They're 38th right now. And talking with their head coach, Jason Butts, he said he feels like they need to put up a mid 196, a 196.5. He feels like could go a long way to getting them to the regionals. A 196.5 means they will average a 9.825 throughout today's competition in their counting score. So keep that in mind as we watch the Mountaineers. A 9.825 is the magic number for them.
For handspring, front double full for McKenna on that next tumbling pass. Very nice routine for the Mountaineers. She had good leaps and jumps and great tumbling.
So quickly back over to vault. This was moments ago, Kelsey Boychuk for Iowa State, who was on a roll early.
Another high Yurchenko full, just small hops in those landings, but these vaults have been very well controlled, and that's exactly what this Iowa State squad needs to do to keep their score in contention.
Catherine Lesser for Oklahoma, a 9.9 in the second spot for the Sooners. Lindsey Brown, a 9.875 on balance beam for her. Emily Hahn, a 9.875, a career high for her in the Cyclones. She was the second vaulter to go. And we are back to the beam with Callie Schlottman for the Denver Pioneers. Abby Thompson went right before her, waiting on that score.
You mentioned there are 4 judges here tonight. The highest score and the lowest score are dropped, and the remaining 2 are averaged to get the athlete's official score for the event. So in regular season, there's only 2 judges. Today there's 4. So that's probably another thing that makes this a little more complicated.
And there's also 4 sets of eyes seeing those deductions. So things you may have gotten away with in the regular season may get caught here in the postseason. So if scores are a little lower than maybe you typically see, that might be one reason why, as Callie waits for the green flag. She's a sophomore from Savage, Minnesota in Legacy Gymnastics. Has a high score on this event this season of a 9.825.
Nice back handspring layout step out for Callie as her acro series.
The pressure is on Callie. Abby Thompson right before her, a 9.1. So a great start from Lindsey Brown, but a major break from their second gymnast. That means the last 4 athletes for Denver have got to hit, otherwise they put themselves in a big hole early, and you cannot do that. You're going up against the #1 team in the country, the Oklahoma Sooners, if you hope to get a Big 12 championship.
But she stayed on, which is obviously for the best, but the judges will give her a deduction for that. Handspring gainer full off the side, and she sticks the landing. So that routine was pretty good. Aside from that one little wobble, that routine was well controlled.
Back over to vault for Iowa State.
Yurchenko 1.5. Oh, she almost stuck it for Michaela Maxwell.
The redshirt sophomore from Las Vegas, Nevada, keeping the momentum going here for Iowa State. head coach Jay Renee said it, if we can keep it close, if we can be as near perfect as possible, we might just put ourselves in a situation where, given the opportunity, could have a big upset over the heavily favored Oklahoma Sooners. Sophia Steinmeier, their third gymnast that went, scored a 9.9. Things could not be starting off better for the Cyclones. So the fifth gymnast to go for Oklahoma on the uneven bars is Carrie Thomas. She will be doing 3 events for the Sooners tonight. She's the number 14th ranked gymnast in the country, an All-American on the uneven bars, a junior Olympic national champion on this event. She has competed uneven bars in every competition this season and has been 100%, has not had a break all year long.
Carrie is a Florida girl, so she is close to my heart. Trained at American Twisters, one of the best gyms in South Florida. I had the pleasure of coaching her a little bit when I was helping out there, and she is fantastic. Such a great athlete, so sweet, funny, works her butt off, and she's been telling her coaches at Oklahoma she's going to come back for a victory lap. She wants to take up that year of eligibility that she didn't get due to COVID.
Good for her. The wait is over.
To her hands, a blind change. Nice straddle Jaeger. Dale handstand. Double air dismount. Oh, she almost had that stick. If she just picked her chest up a smidge, she would have had it.
She was working that landing. Now the last vaulter to go for Iowa State. This is added to Jesus.
A big 1.5. Needed some more control on that landing. Does have a decent sized hop, but that vault had some ups.
She is the number 9 ranked gymnast in the country in that event. That is a 10-0 start. And you know she wanted that stuff landing so bad, Alicia. They've had an outstanding rotation, and that would have been a big-time exclamation point. Now quickly over to floor exercise with West Virginia. Kiana Lewis.
Kiana opens up with a double tuck.
West Virginia's scores so far in floor exercise, 9.85, 9.85 were their first 2 score season highs, and that third score was a 9.8. Obviously, we got right into the middle of that routine, but happy nonetheless. West Virginia and Iowa State, the 2 underdogs, seem very happy so far earlier in this competition as we see Audrey Davis, the anchor for the Oklahoma Sooners.
Eagle grip to huge pike Jaeger. Pack salto with great form, toes pointed, legs perfectly together. Eagle grip. Double front, and she sticks it. That routine was phenomenal.
Alicia's calling the first 10 of the night. That was exquisite. The handstands were nailed. The question is, the high score for Oklahoma so far in bars is a 9.9. Carrie Thomas right before Audrey went 9.85. Would they jump all the way to a 10? This is Jessica Hutchinson for Denver. She is the 5th gymnast to go. Callie Schlottman, who we saw, got a 9.8 for her effort.
Jessica did have a slight pause on that connection, which probably would be acting as her acro series, so I'll be interested to see if the judges give her a 10.0 start value, because The rule is as long as your arms keep moving and you will get the connection, but if there's a slight pause, then that connection will be broken, and she needs that connection to start from a 10.0.
Jessica is one of 4 all-arounders competing for the Denver University Pioneers today.
Cartwheel gainer full off the side. Soft legs on that landing. I would have loved to see her land with her chest up higher, then that she would have been able to control a stick if she was able to do so.
That is a landing they need to stick. It's a relatively easy one. She go back over to the floor with Kendra Combs.
Front tuck step out to double pike. A little too much power. Almost goes out of bounds, but gets her foot within the line. Switch side, wolf full, straddle full. Double tuck. A little bit uncontrolled on that landing. Lots of height, great tumbling. West Virginia just really needs to focusing on those fine details, and that's where they can save some deductions.
The NCAA Women's Basketball Championship first round begins Sunday at noon Eastern. ABC will have Middle Tennessee and Tennessee at 2 Eastern, followed by Jackson State. Where did they find that half 10?
Honestly, I don't know. That routine was beautiful. I would have given it a 10.
Here's Isabel Mavanta from Denver. She is the anchor on this event. Alexandria Ruiz in the 4th spot got a 9.875. Jessica Hutchinson, who you just saw, a 9.725. They are going to have to count that. You do not want to count scores lower than really mid 9.8s if you want to win a Big 12 championship.
Isabel, the beautiful back handspring layout, step out. Beautiful switch half, split jump to beat jump. Really showcasing her flexibility and hitting 180 degrees. Side aerial back full. She went out of the screen, but I'm assuming she did a good landing.
She's smiling. I need a big one right there. I know it's only one rotation, but Oklahoma put up a big number on the uneven bars. And if you're Denver, you don't want to let them get too far off ahead of you. Denver, obviously the obvious team to maybe upset the #1 team in the country, the Oklahoma Sooners, but they cannot afford to give up too many tenths. Abby Pearson just landed her first pass. She's the final gymnast for West Virginia in floor exercise.
A nice front handspring front layout front full for Abby's second tumbling pass.
Her teammate Kiana Lewis got a career high 9.875, and Kendra Combs moments ago got a 9.8. They are currently over that average we talked about at a 9.825. However, this is their highest scoring event. Got to keep this momentum going the rest of the way.
Getting ready for her last tumbling pass. Closes it out with a double tuck. Not gonna lie, that routine spoke to me. I felt through the choreography and the music. I was just really into it.
If it's speaking to Alicia, you know they did something good, and they did. What a rotation for West Virginia. The host team trying to keep their regional hopes alive. They will be hosting that regional in a couple of weeks. We are off and running. The first rotation is done here at the Big 12 Women's Gymnastics Championships. When we come back, we're going to talk about maybe the greatest team in the country over the last half decade, the And you can see what they've done over the last 12 years, 11 Big 12 titles, 9 NCAA finals appearances, and that number at the bottom, probably the one KJ Killer's most proud of, 4 national championships, the most over the last half decade, and she is going to be going for another one. They are back at the top again heading into the postseason. Heading into the rotation number 2, a lot of gymnastics yet to go. Oklahoma, they are in the top spot, but Denver
where that deduction even came from. If I'm sitting here being honest, it's going to be a 10. I didn't want to call it because if I was wrong, you know, I don't like being wrong.
You're the weatherman of calling scores, is what I think you called yourself earlier this season.
It's true.
Welcome for those of you who are with wrestling. We are at the Big 12 Women's Gymnastics Championships heading into rotation 2. West Virginia is on vault, Iowa State on bars, Oklahoma moves to the balance beam as we see KJ Kindler giving her athletes some motivation before they begin that event. In Denver, trying to catch up. They're in the 4th spot, a surprise for them. They will be on the floor exercise. So Alicia, what does Denver have to do to get themselves back into this? They are in an unfamiliar territory, being in the 4th position after one rotation.
You know, they have the hardest event behind them now, and the remaining events they can do very well on, so I think it's just turning the page. It wasn't perfect. They can bounce back and make up those points that they're lacking right now.
Now it's Kiana Yancey for West Virginia on vault. It's Olivia Troutman on the balance beam. Alexandria Ruiz is the Denver gymnast starting things off in the floor exercise. Alexandria is a junior out of Lake Murray, Florida, and Ace Gymnastics.
Switch side, straddle full, straddle full. Wouldn't be real nitpicky on that jump pass. The first straddle full wasn't all the way around, and then she kind of kept it turning to try to overcome the first short jump. So I wonder if the judges are going to knock her as much as I would for that one. Front tuck, step out to double tuck. Good start for Denver.
Lena Skaveka, former Iowa gymnast, actually was an NCAA high bar champion for the Hawkeyes in 2003, leading the way for them today with Melissa Kucher-Ronhart sideline as we move over to vault and Rachel Horning.
Yurchenko full, big step on that landing, had a lot of height on that vault though. West Virginia just needs to really be focused on sticking these landings to keep up with their scores.
Kiana Yancey, the first gymnast to go on vault, scoring 9.8, so a good start for them. Now over to the uneven bars with Iowa State. Michaela Maxwell.
Nice straddle over for Michaela. Shoot over just short of the handstand. Double out, small hop on that landing, but a nice clean bar routine for Michaela.
Iowa State feeling it. Madeline Langkamp started things off with a career high 9.8 for them. Back over to vault. This is Kayla Yancey. Her sister Kiana left things off.
Another Yurchenko full, a little better control on that landing. So good job for West Virginia putting up these solid vaults.
Over for exercise, Rosie Casali.
Opens with a tight full end.
Rosie's freshman out of Weddington, North Carolina in Southeastern Gymnastics.
Switch half wolf full.
Rosie was a highly regarded level 10 gymnast, qualified to the Nastia Lucan Cup finals twice, which is not an easy event to qualify for, the all-star competition of level 10 gymnasts.
Two and a half punch running for Rosie's second pass.
Alexandria Ruiz right before her a season high 9.875.
That was a nice floor team. Rosie only had 2 tumbling passes. She opened up with an E-value skill and then had that nice connection pass in the middle, so she didn't need a third tumbling pass, which was fantastic.
Denver working hard to get back into it. Not that they were that far out of it, but when you're in fourth, you got a little bit of work to do. They're getting work done here in floor exercise. Rachel Horning for West Virginia, a 9.75 for her vault. That is a season high for her as well. Michaela Maxwell got a 9.8.
Switch over to ESPN2 for
For those of you that have been
continued
watching
Big 12
on ESPN
gymnastics
News,
coverage.
switch over to ESPN2 for continued coverage of the Big 12 Gymnastics Championships. Now we're looking at Kiana Lewis getting ready to vault for West Virginia. There's head coach Jason Butts in the background. Kayla Yancey scored a 9.725 for her vault. So they are going to count a score in the 9.7s. Rachel Horning has a 9.75. So these last 3 scores have to be big.
Big Yurchenko full, just that small hop on that landing. That should score a little bit better than the 9.75 we saw earlier, so hopefully they can drop that one of those lower 9.7s.
Nonetheless, West Virginia doing what they have to do. They got to come in and do their job. It's not like basketball or football. There's no defense. You control your own performance. You've got to go out there and do your best gymnastics, and so far I got to say they are. Michelle Waldron, who went right before Kiana Lewis, put up a 9.8. That's more like it. We're going to go back over to the floor exercise with Abby Thompson.
Well, she's using Prince music. When Dogs Cry. It's actually instrumental.
Double pipe.
Abby's a freshman from Sanford, Florida. Attended Orlando Meadow Gymnastics. Very well respected club in the Orlando area. Produced numerous
The
national
music
and
is
world
like
team
Prince,
members.
Let's Go Crazy. And Prince, Kiss.
Definitely out to front 1.5.
Rosie Casali put up a 9.875 right before Abby Thompson performed. That is a career high for her.
Triple full last pass. Thomas up in the ante, ending it with an E-pass.
You do not see that very often in collegiate gymnastics, even in elite gymnastics. Honestly, Alicia, that is a tough dismount. Done nicely. Now over to the balance beam. Carly Wood follows Janet Dunn's 9.75. Olivia Troutman led balance beam off for Oklahoma with a 9.3. So that lead that Oklahoma had after one, they are giving it away. 4 gymnasts left. They all have to hit or Oklahoma will count a miss. Alicia, you always say the competition doesn't start till you get to beam, and that is showing itself to be true here tonight.
Balance beam is definitely the make or break event in women's gymnastics. A lot of pressure on the remaining athletes for Oklahoma. Front toss to beat jump. Switch leap to split leap. Aerial back full. Just a small movement of that back foot for Carly.
She did what she had to do, hitting that routine now, get things back on track and stop the bleeding. March is Women's History Month, and we are excited to broadcast the Women's Frozen Forward Championship game for the first time ever. Tonight, Wisconsin takes on Northeastern at 7:30 Eastern Time on ESPNU and the app. The last time the title game was played, it was Wisconsin that won it in 2019, and this is Northeastern's first time playing in a championship game. That should be a good one. Abby Pearson anchoring the West Virginia vault rotation.
That was a nice Yurchenko full. Small hop in that landing with great form in the air.
That was a real big Yurchenko. That looked like she was waiting to stick it or maybe put another half twist on it. That was solid. Carly Woodward score a 9.85 on balance beam. Now Reagan Smith just mounted the balance beam again. The pressure is on the Sooners.
Back handspring layup, step out. Reagan is no stranger to be competing in high pressure situations. A member of the U.S. national team. A fantastic gymnast. Strong half. 2 back handspring swing down.
Reagan was the USA national champion when she was an elite gymnast. Went on to be a member of the 2018 World Team that won gold. She was also an alternate on the 2016 Olympic team for the United States.
Right handspring gainer full, and she sticks that landing.
Gotta love it. Nice performance from Reagan. They needed it. They have got 2 athletes to go, Kara Thomas and Anastasia Webb. They need 2 hits. Back over the uneven bars. Anna DeJesus finishing up her bar routine for Iowa State.
Nice double layup.
Man. Another solid rotation for Iowa State. 3 9/8 to start the rotation. They slipped a 9.775 in there, but a 9.85 from Jay DeVella right in the 5th spot. We'll just wait for Addie DeJesus' score, which will round things out for the Cyclones, who were in 2nd place after 1 rotation. So far, they've got to be thrilled.
They are having a fantastic competition. You know, they are doing exactly what they said they were going to do. They have to just keep it close and do the best that they can do because everything else is out of their control.
Back over to floor exercise with Jessica Hutchinson. Denver's got 3.9875s to start this rotation. 1 season high and 2 career highs. You cannot ask for anything more than that. Trying to capitalize on some of Oklahoma's early mistakes in this rotation.
And handspring front double full. Switch
Make that
half,
4. Sorry, they should make that 4 9.875s for Denver on this event.
Are we realistically saying that all of their scores are the exact same?
Hey, that's what I'm being told. Yes. There you
Very
go.
interesting.
The graphics never lie.
1.5 to front layout.
Sounds like you want to see the judges' score sheet, Alicia. Am I reading between the lines there correctly?
I mean, it's just interesting. 4 9.875s back to back to back to back. Closing out with a front handspring Rudy to straddle jump. Nice routine for Jessica. I don't know if you guys noticed, she kind of stumbled off the mat doing her dance after her first tumbling pass. You can see in her face that she was mad about it, but definitely covered it up with her choreography. But fellow gymnasts would know, anytime you trip over a mat, you want to kick yourself a little bit. You're like, come on, I knew the mat was there the whole time.
I'm going to give that routine a 9.875. I'm just going to bet the odds as Carrie Thomas mounts the balance beam, the senior from Coral Springs, Florida, number 12 in the nation on this event.
Nice solid side somme for Carrie.
Reagan Smith tied her season high with a 9.95 for her performance.
Beautiful back handspring layout step up. Switch leap to split jump. A little crooked on that arrow, but she made that dismount work.
The boys of the Sooners, they look like veterans. Some mistakes to start off with, which could shake the rest of the lineup of a typical team, but not the Sooners. They have been rock solid. 985, 995, and we'll wait for Carrie Thomas's score, and they've got Anastasia Webb left to go. Now over to the floor exercise. The number 2 gymnast in the country on this event. The number 3 gymnast in the all-around, Lindsey Brown, senior out of Kansas City, Missouri. There's Anastasia Webb. She is the number 4 gymnast in the all-around rankings in the country. She will be anchoring the beam rotation for Oklahoma. A lot of pressure on her. This could be a pivotal moment in this competition. Lindsey Brown, if she can hit big on floor exercise, and if should Anastasia Webb have any mistakes, that will open the door for the Pioneers to climb back into this.
Lindsey Brown opening up with a huge double layout.
Ooh.
Jessica Hutchinson on floor exercise, a 9.875.
You're lying.
I will never lie to you.
Ooh.
Front layout to see sewn for Lindsey.
Lindsey, you would not know it by watching her perform. Coming back from an Achilles tear last season as Anastasia Webb finishes a near perfect balance beam routine.
Ooh.
ending her routine with a double pike. And that's why she's ranked in the top 3 in the nation on the floor exercise.
And that routine was near perfect. 2 pieces of unbelievable gymnastics. Anastasia Webb on balance beam, Lindsey Brown on floor exercise. What a treat. Making it a game are the Denver Pioneers. Anastasia Webb sticking the landing halfway through this competition. Oklahoma trying to fend off the Pioneers, the Cyclones, and the Mountaineers. We're going to talk Big 12 award winners when we
Jenna is in it.
With that rough start on beam, they maintain a comfortable lead. Denver just picks up a half-tenth, actually, even with that outstanding floor exercise rotation. Iowa State, they dropped to the 3rd spot. West Virginia, 0.65 out of 1st. But I got to tell you, all of these teams are performing well tonight, and it should be an exciting one.
Ooh.
Multiple levels heading down the stretch. So speaking of Big 12 and Big 12 championships, we have some award winners, Alicia, in this conference. As the gymnasts are doing their one-touch rotation, getting ready for that 3rd rotation. Here are your Big 12 award winners in 2021, Alicia.
So the all Big 12 gymnastic team consists of basically the top 2 all-arounders and then the top 3 athletes on each event. So they are recognized for their outstanding performances all season long.
A lot of Lindsey Brown and a lot of Anastasia Webb in there. A lot of Oklahoma as well, obviously. They have dominated this conference for a long time. Big 12 now on ESPN Plus is a must-have for Big 12 fans. With softball and baseball seasons in full swing, there's more than 200 matchups available along with the early rounds of both conference tournaments. Plus, it's the home for over 500 live events and original content. If you're a Big 12 fan, you gotta have it. Sign up today at espnplus.com/Big12 now. 3rd rotation is right around the corner. We are halfway through this Big 12 Conference Championship. Sooners, they still got the lead, but Denver, they're surging. Can they catch the champs?
Oh.
A 9.95, which honestly I thought it should have been a 10. It was stunning. Anastasia on bars. Just showing why she's this team's leader. Or many say she has been the most underrated gymnast in the NCAA.
As we begin rotation number 3, Anastasia Webb, by the way, a .025 lead over Lindsey Brown in the all-around. Another thing we need to keep an eye on as we head into the last 2 rotations. They will be crowning individual event and all-around champions today as well, not just team champions. In this 3rd rotation, Denver moves to the vault, West Virginia on even bars, Iowa State to balance beam, and Oklahoma moves to the floor exercise. You gotta feel like Alicia, Oklahoma's got an advantage. They have beam behind them. And they weren't perfect, but they've got a lead with 2 very consistent events for them to go.
Vault and floor are definitely 2 of their top events, so they could definitely extend their lead if they go and hit these routines the way these athletes can. Denver has a good pace too. They also have beam done, so they just need to hit these next 2 events and keep it close with Oklahoma.
Getting things started with Jordan Draper on the floor exercise. Oklahoma ranked number 5 in the nation on this event. They have a high score this season of a 49.5, which is a 9.9 average.
Jordan kicked that double pike open just a little bit too soon, causing her to land short on that double pike. The judges will take a deduction for that. Anytime you step forwards out of a tumbling pass when you're going backwards instead of backwards, it's considered a short landing. Hold her hands from the front, full. switch hand, straddle full.
Whew.
Jordan's last time we passed whip half, front 1.5. Chest was low on that landing. She could have used a little bit more height to get that 1.5 all around, all the way around cleanly. But not a bad lead off for team, just a few small mistakes here and there.
Alexandria Ruiz on the vault.
Nice Yurchenko full, small hop on that landing.
Now over to the uneven bars with Kendra Combs from West Virginia.
Opens up with a shapash, 2-pack salto, slight leg separation as she moves between the bars.
Ooh.
Line change full, to immediate double tuck, and she sticks the landing.
Very nicely done. Esperanza Abarca scores a 9.65 in the leadoff spot for West Virginia. Certainly going to want to build on that. Remember, the 9.825, the key number for West Virginia to get into those regionals. That's what we're watching. For the vault.
Super full for Emily Glenn. Almost stuck that landing, just shifted her weight to her heels a little bit too soon.
You feel like Denver's got to make a little bit of a move here. They finished the competition on bars, an event where you can open yourself up to deductions, maybe harder to score. They've got to keep it close, don't you think, Alicia? They can't let Oklahoma extend that lead here in rotation 3.
If they want a shot at that title, they need to be sticking these vault landings because Oklahoma has that competitive edge on them, so they need to be near perfect to upset the Sooners.
Evie Schilfer will be the next gymnast. She is a senior from Ames, Iowa, triad gymnastics. She is a former JO national champion on this event, has a high score this season of 9.925.
Ooh, I keep yawning. I'm tired.
Kendra Combs, by the way, 9.825 for her uneven bar routine. They needed that. That is a season high for her.
Evie opens up with a big double tuck. Round off 1.5 front way up. Switch ring to odd roll full.
Jordan Draper led off with a 9.8 for Oklahoma.
Ooh.
Evie closes out with a double pike.
So 2 for 2 for Oklahoma. They just got to stay on their feet. No major mistakes. Denver will come. They're going to have to put up some big numbers, but most importantly, they got to hit. Back over the ball.
A nice stuck Yurchenko full. From the angle we saw that, you can see a slight leg separation as she hits the vaulting table, but that Yurchenko full had so much height and control. That was really nice.
Nice job from Jessica Hutchinson. Now Kelsey Boychuk on the balance beam for Iowa State. Currently in 3rd place after 2 rotations are the Cyclones. Again, head coach Jerry Remain saying just keep it close and wait for an opportunity. Maybe some mistakes by the big dogs, and they could jump in there.
Back handspring, layout step up for her acro series. The judges will give her a slight deduction for a soft back leg in her layup step out. Nice side aerial.
Nice start for the Cyclones on beam. They led off with a 9.825. Followed that up with Phoebe Turner's 9.85, season high for her.
Careful. And she sticks the landing.
Ooh.
Nice beam routine for Kelsey.
Now Lindsey Brown for Denver.
Yurchenko 1.5. Going for that stick. Unfortunately, just that small hop in the landing, that was a big vault.
She's number 19 in the country on that event, man. They needed that stuck landing. It feels like they almost have to stick the rest of the way. Now back to balance being added to Jesus. Waits for her opportunity. Addie is no slouch in the all-around as well. She is tied for the 13th ranking in the country in the all-around, has a high of a 39.6 this season. She's done a lot of heavy lifting for the Cyclones as well this year. She's competed all-around 8 times. Head coach Jay Renee talks about how she has just been such a great addition to this Cyclone team, just brings so much energy and leadership and inspiration to the rest of the athletes. She is a high-level, high-caliber gymnast.
I'm tired.
That handspring layup step up with just a small balance check on a landing. Straddle jump, sheep jump.
Iowa State really has an interesting roster. They are very international, actually 6 different countries other than the United States represented on their team. England, Canada, Puerto Rico, Peru, Spain, Australia. 11 athletes from those countries. It creates what Jay describes as a really awesome, exciting, and interesting team dynamic.
A real double full, and she sticks that landing. Great beam routine for Addie.
Addie DeJesus doing what she's done. Junior out of Greenwich, Connecticut, and Darien YMCA Gymnastics. Trying to give the Cyclones a chance. Now back over to the 80 bars.
Nice pike behavior to immediate overshoot.
This is Emily Holmes Hacker.
Gonna change full. To immediate double tap, and she sticks that landing.
So another solid rotation for the Mountaineers. They did start out with that 9.65, but they should not have to count that one. They did have a score in the 9.7s, a 9.75 that they will have to count. Back over to Abby Thompson.
Yurchenko falls short on that landing. She had the vault to take with a pretty close shoulder angle, which didn't allow her to get enough height to perform that full twist with enough space to land with her chest up.
So now back to the floor exercise. This is Emma LaPinta from Kirk Thomas School of Gymnastics. Kirk Thomas, one of the greatest American male gymnasts ever to put on a pair of grips. Unfortunately passed away in 2020, a good friend of mine and an inspiration to a lot of young gymnasts in his era. Emma's done a nice job for Oklahoma, especially on floor exercise over the last couple of years.
I didn't know Kurt
Started to
Thomas
grow
passed
into other events
away.
as well.
I knew he started a gymnastics academy.
I'm going to jump back over to the balance beam with Mikey Simple. Solid rotation for the Cyclones. First 3 scores are 9.825, 9.85, and 9.8. Still waiting for Addie DeJesus' score to come in.
Nice low love when I say that to them.
I do.
Cat jump, switch back to feet jump. Switch to split jump. Aerial, back four. Fighting for just that small hop on the landing.
Holding on to that landing. Addie DeJesus scores in a 9.9 for her. Iowa State's got one gymnast left to go on the balance beam. NCAA Women's Basketball Championships first round begins Sunday at noon Eastern. ABC will have Middle Tennessee and Tennessee at 2 Eastern, followed by Jackson State and Baylor. And ESPN has Mercer, South Carolina, then High Point and UConn. All games are also available on the ESPN app. Oklahoma with a little extra time here. Emma LaPinta waiting to go. There is a score inquiry, and that is a judging conference like I don't think we've ever seen before, Alicia. It looks like a welders
Rain out
convention.
there on the competition floor. So typically coaches put an inquiry in when there is a discrepancy in the start value. That's the only time a coach can inquire about a score. So they are conferencing to see where the disconnect is.
Hold.
Nice front toss. Beautiful off the side, and she sticks that landing.
What can you say about the Cyclones? Another great rotation. They had a season high for Phoebe Turner, 9.85, a career high from Kelsey Boychuk at a 9.8. And this number, Alicia, looks like it'll be another big one.
This routine should score very well. It was a nice constructed routine, and it was very packed with difficult skills. And then that beautiful dismount where she sticks that landing. The Cyclones are being stealthy right now.
They are doing the game plan that their coaching staff wanted. Hit your gymnastics, hit it as clean as you can, and put yourself in a position to maybe steal this at the end. I seem to remember a Super Bowl not that long ago where the lights went out, and it seemed to turn the entire game. Now, I'm not going to say that this long judges conference is going to turn the tides of this competition, but if I'm Emma LaPinta, Alicia, this wait is agonizing.
There's nothing worse than having to wait a long time before your routine, especially when you're warmed up, you're ready to go, and then you have to like stay active and moving, which you're kind of wasting energy. So for her, like, you can't get all in your head, so you have to stay calm and collected, but you also have to stay warm, so it's tough.
Head coach KJ Kindler looking on, probably wondering what is going on as well. They're waiting for Vanessa Deniz's score. Is one that was being debated. That's the conversation.
I was just thinking that. I was like, I would love to know what is being said right now.
It seems to be okay. Yeah, definitely not ordering pizza, that's for sure. So Emma LaPinta has a high score this season of a 9.925.
Oh, so slow.
Last time out put up a 9.775 when they met Iowa State in the final regular season dual meet. KJ Kindler really has had a tough season compared to what they normally had. Every coach has dealt with COVID, obviously, and the challenges and the protocols that go with that, but she's had more injuries than she's usually had. And Alicia, I asked Lou Ball, the associate head coach, about their season and said, if you won this year, would this be the greatest coaching job that you guys have ever had? And he said, you know what? I think every coach that's gotten through this season is going to say, regardless of where they finish, this is the greatest coaching job we've ever had because of all those challenges. But man, for Oklahoma to be on the top again, after all the injuries and change of lineups that they've had, it's an accomplishment.
It really is, and you know, they have a bunch of talent on their team, but to be able to manage them and get them to compete at their absolute peak it takes a lot of work, and I don't think people really understand that, what goes on behind the scenes. And these are a lot of athletes that they're managing right now, and they all have to keep them healthy. So it's been a tough year for them. Our conference call with KJ was pretty comical. She's like, well, you know, what went wrong could go wrong. And so we're just like, okay. And they're making it work.
But great coaches do what they've done, and they've got their team in position to repeat again and win their 5th national title and the 12th conference championship in KJ's tenure at Oklahoma. Now here we go finally with Emma Lapinta.
I really hope she nails this floor team after being here that long. Emma opens up with a triple full. It wasn't fully all the way around. So we couldn't have another inquiry about start value if judges don't give her credit for that skill. Front full, front layout.
Vanessa Dennis' score was a 9.65 for that 3rd Sooner floor team.
Crochet half, split full. And his last pass, double tuck. Considering she had to wait for 10 years, that floor routine went pretty well. A little bit short on that first pass, but finished the routine really strong.
So the junior worth the wait, Emma Lapinta, gets the job done in a tough spot, tough situation.
A nice connection pass, that front full to front layout. And close the routine out with that nice strong double.
And again, they need hits from these last 3 athletes. Vanessa Dennis' score of a 9.65 is exactly the one that they want to drop. The scores for Denver on vault, meanwhile, are coming in, and they're good. They started off with a career-high 9.8 from Rosie Casali, and then a 9 followed out with a 9.75, 9.9, 9.85, and anchored it with a 9.9 from Lindsey Brown. Abby Thompson's score is not in yet, but I'm guessing they will not most likely count that one. So very important with 2 gymnasts to go for Oklahoma. Carrie Thomas, and Anastasia Webb. They need 2 hits. They got one from Emma Lapinta. Now they need 2 more to maintain that lead over the Pioneers. You know, one of the common themes we heard from all the coaches this season, Alicia, with the challenges of COVID and off-season training is handling the freshmen. Because usually the freshmen will get in and they'll get acclimated to the season. They'll be able to socialize with their teammates and kind of get comfortable on campus. And in a lot of situations, they were isolated to themselves. They couldn't take that time to get to know their teammates, to get to know the rigors of training and academics in a typical setting, and that has really been a challenge for a lot of schools, and Oklahoma is another one that brought that up. They usually get their freshmen in at the very beginning of the summer, and they can train them and get them up to speed, and they didn't get that opportunity, and that makes a lot of challenges for that new class coming in.
KJ brought up a great point. She goes, the freshmen don't know the expectations, so they're sending workouts and telling them what they were doing, but the upperclassmen, they know what to expect. They know what their coaches want them to do. These freshmen are like, all right, I guess I could do this, but it may not be up to Oklahoma's typical standards. Carrie opening up with a huge double tuck. Double pike for Carrie's second tumbling pass.
KJ Kindler getting into it on the sidelines, although very far on the sidelines. Looks like she's kind of hiding back there in the shadows.
Carrie's relatively new to the Oklahoma's floor lineup. Unfortunately, under-rotated that front layout.
And this is a big moment in the Big 12 championships. The door has been swung open. Denver sitting by, watching Oklahoma perform the floor exercise. They already have a 9.65 that they now will have to count. Harry Thomas's score is going to definitely be lower than that, Alicia, and the pressure is on the veteran now, Anastasia Webb. Another look at Lindsey Brown's vault. This was a 9.9.
This is a 10.0 start value vault. Just that small deduction for that hop and that landing.
This is going to be an interesting finish to this rotation. Denver on vault put up a 49.2. West Virginia on bars a 49.025. That was very good for them. Iowa State, though, a 49.275 for them on balance beam. So they actually closed the gap on Denver by 0.075 in this rotation. Will both of those teams close the gap on the Sooners now? As you see the Iowa State beam scores.
You know, we talked about how the weight for Emma LaPinta was tough, but it also was a weight for the remaining lineup for Oklahoma on the floor. So the longer they wait, they still had to wait for Emma's routine. So I feel for Carrie. She had to go into that routine almost probably cold, like she didn't have any warm-up whatsoever. And hopefully Anastasia can, you know, put up a big score for the Sooner squad.
Very good point. And this young lady right here, she was in the situation on balance beam. They had a mistake early in the rotation. She had to anchor that beam lineup, and she answered with a 9.95. And I got to think if KJ Kindler could pick one athlete to be in this spot after a break at a penultimate moment of the Big 12 championships, I got to think she'd pick Anastasia Webb.
Her hit percentage is 95, nailing 156 routines out of 164.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
I like those odds.
Anastasia opening up with a front double full.
Also remember, she has a quarter-tenth lead over Lindsey Brown in the all-around. Lindsey Brown putting up a 9.9 on vault. So keep that in mind as you're following the all-around totals.
Back 1.5 to front full. Switch pass, split full. Anastasia's last runway pass. Front, Rudy. Did you really just finish your floor two with the one out of bounds?
Oh my goodness. And again, not a major break, but that is a 1/10 of a point, and this meet is going to get tighter after this rotation, and that is one that she is going to want to have back. Keep that one in mind. If it comes down to that close of a competition, that moment right here, Alicia, what happened?
She just really did not realize how close she was to the side of the floor until after she did it. She was like, just going to scoot it in.
I feel like that Rudy rebound bounced into the corner a little further than she expected. But man, what an exciting third rotation. It is anybody's meet heading into rotation number 4. When we come back, we're going to look for...
Me, I'm a big fan of Michigan. They're kind of the dark horse that are just burst into the top 5. So I think I have my sights set on them, but Oklahoma and Florida will be hard to beat.
Yeah, well, my heart should be with the Minnesota Golden Gophers since I am a Gopher, but man, you can't doubt the champs until they give up the national title, and Oklahoma still is the defending champion, so we'll see. It's going to be a fun one. I definitely do not want to miss it. Coming up tonight, 8 Eastern on the SEC Network. Do not miss. Co-number 1 Florida is looking for an SEC championship that they will have to get by LSU, Alabama, and Arkansas tonight in session 2 of the SEC Gymnastics Championship. That, in a way, could be your preview for the national championships. LSU and Florida have been going at it all season long. That'll be a fun one. Don't miss it. After the 3rd rotation, it can't get any closer than that. Look at that. Tied at the top. What a turn of events. In Iowa State, they needed to keep it close. They are only 0.75 behind. And West Virginia, not exactly out of it, but they are having a great meet as well, trying to make that regional championship.
Leading the Mountaineers.
Alicia, what went wrong for Oklahoma?
Unfortunate mistakes for Oklahoma. Kara Thomas under-rotated her front layout in one of her tumbling passes, and then Anastasia Webb had a little too much juice at the end of this tumbling pass, and that rebound put her back towards the corner that she didn't realize how close she was to being out of bounds, and literally finished her dance for her routine with her leg over the line.
And there's Lindsey Brown. Because of that little mishap for Anastasia Webb at the end of that 14, Lindsey Brown's got the lead in the all-around over Addie DeJesus and Anastasia Webb tied right there. So here's how things break out at the end.
Okay.
Oklahoma is on the ball.
Last
You see they got that first
rotation.
1.5 on their feet. West Virginia goes to the balance beam. Iowa State, who's not out of this either. They're on the floor exercising. Denver, who is tied for the top spot right now, they are on the even bar. So it's all going to come down to who can hit the cleanest and who can stick more landings. It's really a 3-team race. Iowa State, Denver, and Oklahoma. Here we go, there's the floor exercise. Maddie Langham.
Maddie opening up with a whip to double back.
Wow. Great first pass. Maddie's a junior from Landon, Wisconsin, and LaFleur's Gymnastics, which is located in Menominee Falls, Wisconsin. LaFleur's an outstanding gymnastics family from the Wisconsin area.
Coach May half straddle full. Front half to split jump. Madeline closing out with a double pike. Short landing, she opened her double pike up too soon and stepped forward. So that will be a decent sized deduction for the judges, but strong start aside from that one step on that landing.
Don't sleep on the Cyclones. Allie Stern at 9.85. Now Catherine Levasseur.
Almost stuck out of your Jango 1.5. Didn't trust it, just took that step backwards, but that well was very well done.
Yep, Allie Stern, as I mentioned, led off with a 9.85, a great starting score. We'll see what they do with Levaseur's score in the second spot. 4 great vaults yet to go for Oklahoma. Denver on bars matches Oklahoma's starting score. Alexander and Louise puts up a 9.85. Now Rosie Casali, she needs to match Levaseur's score on vault in the second spot.
See them letting the bars down. That makes the bars a little bit tackier, which helps your grips stick on them a little bit better.
Levis starting 9.9. That's a career high for her. Can Denver match him?
Sheila, right handstand. Putting that handstand on the high bar. Double left dismount.
Oh, you stick it.
Hop on that landing.
You have to stick. There's no question about it. A hop is a myth. The rest of the routine, Alicia, it seemed like it was almost perfect. Great cast handstands.
Nice form. There's a few little deductions here and there, so I don't think that will be over maybe a 9.85, 9.875.
Another big fault for Olivia Troutman.
Small pop in that 1.5, but those are very minimal deductions. Good height, good distance.
She took the hop and then the step turn, Alicia, though. It looked like she kind of had the door open a little bit on those landing deductions. Your thoughts?
You know it's open for interpretation. I think if your arms are up and you're already turning, they might let it slide.
Back over to floor exercise. Kelsey Boychuk.
Opens up with a big double pike, steps out of bounds, unfortunately.
And with a meet this close, that is a big error. Iowa State just 0.075 behind the leader, so it's very close, but those deductions are costly.
Second tumbling pass was a round off, back 1.5, front layout.
Olivia Troutman on ball for Oklahoma at 9.85. Rosie Casale matches Levasseur 9.9 in the second spot, a 9.9 for her as well. That's a career high. This is going to be so close. It's still tied after two routines for both Denver and Oklahoma. Maddie Landkamp, who led things off for Iowa State, a 9.75, which is a good score for her, but tough to keep pace for 2 meters.
Elsie closing out with the double tuck. Again, a step forward on a backwards tumbling pass. Judges will consider that a short landing as it did, so it means the skill was under-rotated. So she's going to get a deduction for that and going out of bounds.
Now, Anastasia Webb, she has scored a 10-0 on this event this season. One of those right now would be big. Not going to be a 10. Not going to be a 10, but she had the step, the hop, and the step turn again. We'll see what the judges do. They hit Troutman for 9.85. Now Jessica Hutchinson trying to match Troutman's 9.85. Anastasia Webb's score in a 9.925. That's big.
Jessica's had a pretty clean routine thus far. Needs to stick this dismount double A. Oh, and she does!
And that routine, this is going to be, that was actually moments ago, she got a 9.9. So after 3 gymnasts for Oklahoma and Denver in this rotation, Denver takes a half a tenth lead. Now Evie Schofer.
Evie, tuck 1.5, under rotates. And unfortunately sits it down. She had a lot of height, but the flip of the rotation was just not there.
She really looked for that landing early. A little bit scary when you're landing that direction straight-legged. And so now, Emily Glenn, who's in the 4th spot for Denver on bars, the pressure is on her. Oklahoma's still in a good spot. They've got 1 vaulter left to go, and they can drop Evie Schofer's score. But their margin for error is absolutely 0. 3 gymnasts left to go for Denver. Sophia Steinmeier mounts the floor exercise. She follows Kelsey Boychuk's 9.65. So Iowa State is going to count a 9.75. So unless there's a complete collapse by Oklahoma and Denver, it looks like Iowa State will stay in that 3rd position.
Evie got a 935 on
Double
pole.
from handspring front double full.
Debbie Schultz score in vault, by the way, 9.35 for that fall. They have Emma LaPinta yet to go, and that score will have to count for the Sooners.
On the 1.5 front leg.
Quickly updating bar scores, Emily Glenn 9.875. So after 4 gymnasts for both Oklahoma and Denver, it is still tied. Obviously, Evie Schultz had that fall, but Riley Mundell is the next gymnast to go for Denver in the 5th spot for them.
Double pike glass pass for Sophia.
Good job for Sophia and the Cyclones. Now here's Emma LaPinta. She has got to hit the last gymnast for the Sooners, keeping hope alive.
Yurchenko full, big hop on that landing.
This is going to be really interesting.
Oh my gosh. Starts from a 9.95, the Yurchenko full. And so that hop is going to mean it's minimum 1/10, maybe a little bit more. It was a good hop.
So if my elementary school math, which is about as far as I got with it, is correct, either Riley Mundell or Lindsey Brown, the last 2 gymnasts to go for Denver, have to beat Emma LaPinta's score, which just came up already, 9.775 to win the Big 12 team championship.
You see coach moving between the bars. They are allowed to be there for safety as long as they do not touch the athlete. There is no deduction. Double A. Oh, stuck it, just some tiny scoops back with those feet. That routine was nice.
Wow, what an absolute shocker. This would be Denver in 4th place after the first rotation. Wow. The NCAA Women's Basketball Championships first round begins Sunday, noon Eastern. ABC will have Middle Tennessee and Tennessee at 2 Eastern, followed by Jackson State and Baylor. And ESPN with Mercer, South Carolina, then High Point and UConn. All games also available on the ESPN app. A lot of great sports in March. So Lindsey Brown. Lindsey Brown is the last gymnast to go. Maya Sundstrom, if I'm correct in that correction of our last gymnast, a 9.85 means that this routine right here is a curtain call because the Denver Pioneers are going to be your Big 12 team champions.
All she needs to do is finish this routine on her feet. Double A, and she sticks it. What a competition for Denver.
Unbelievable. What a comeback. After 1 rotation, they were in 4th place, but they just kept scratching and clawing. They did take advantage of some Oklahoma mistakes, but that is what it's all about here in the sport of gymnastics. The Denver Pioneers hit when they needed to, and they are going to be your Big 12 team champions. Wow. Wow, back over to the balance beam. And there's still some drama to be had as Kendra Combs gets ready to mount the balance beam because the West Virginia Mountaineers are trying to qualify for the regional championships. Coming into today, they were 2 spots out. And Jason Butts felt like a 196.5 would just about do it for them. They were on that pace heading into this rotation. However, they started with a 9.2. Rachel Horning got things straightened out with a 9.85 in the 2nd spot. Abby Pearson, though, a 9.675 in the 3rd spot. So they're going to have to count that score.
Beautiful front aerial to back tuck. Switch side, just a small balance check with the arms.
Lindsey Brown is perfection. She finishes the meet with a 10.0, and that will also solidify the Big 12 all-around champion. That amazing athlete.
Stuck that dismount.
They got to do it. Jason Butts knows it. Every landing could be the difference between the team advancing or not to the regional championships, which again, they are hosting here in Morgantown, so they want to be represented with a full squad. Back over to floor exercise. Iowa State. This is Andrea Maldonado. She's in the 5th spot, just one athlete yet to go. That would be Addie DeJesus.
Opens up with a front double twist punch front. Got close to that, going out of bounds, but scooted her feet back very quickly. Second pass, front hands from front 1.5.
Andrea is a senior from Bayamon, Puerto Rico. A Puerto Rican national team member and 2015 World Championship team member.
Double high glass pass.
Nicely done. Iowa State trying to finish out a solid competition for them. Maddie Diop right before Andrea got a 9.925. That is a career high score for her as well. They started off with a career high score from Maddie Langkamp as well. As we see the associate head coach there on the right, Lena Skaveka. And the judges rehashing some of the routines, Alicia.
I don't know what the debate could be. You see her hand, you think she's indicating about handstands based on what she's doing.
We could sit here and guess all day long. They're probably talking about meeting up after the competition for dinner or something, but that is what one of the challenges of the sport of gymnastics is that it is subjective. Judges call it like they see it, and that's not how we always see it as well. So it's a challenge, but I feel like they might have got it right here tonight. Chloe Asper finishing things off for West Virginia.
Sticking that 1.5 dismount.
Kiana Lewis put up a 9.875. However, McKenna Lennon right before her a 9.4. So it does not look to me that 196, mid 196 is going to be a reality for West Virginia, despite it overall a very good competition heading into that final rotation. Addie DeJesus, the last gymnast to compete here at the 2021 Big 12 Championships.
Opening up with a double tuck. nice second tumbling pass. Run up 1.5 punch front layout step out. Switch side straddle full. Last tumbling pass, double pike. What a fantastic competition for all these teams here tonight. This was so exciting to watch.
She is pumped. The Cyclones should be happy. They are peaking at the right time, and that is all you can ask for as a coach. Do your best performances in the postseason. That's exactly what the Iowa State Cyclones have done. The Denver Pioneers, it wasn't perfect at the beginning, but down the stretch, they got the job done, took advantage of mistakes by the #1 team in the country, and they are a deserving champion.
Okay, this next meet is going to be LSU versus Alabama. I think it's during the regular season, so I think it's like a rerun.
Resulted in the first loss for both of these teams, right, Kathy?
No doubt these teams feel great about their high scores last week. And yes, losing close battles can leave a team a little flat, but I really don't expect that from them. We have watched both seize opportunities when presented themselves, and
this is an hour and 31
in his 30th year coaching in the NCAA. 20 years he was at Georgia. Now he is the sole head coach at LSU after the retirement of D.D. Rowe. And Dana Duckworth now in her 7th year as a head coach of her alma mater. Now tonight is Alabama's 17th Power of Pink Meet to raise funds and awareness for breast cancer research and treatments. To this point, over $2 million has been raised for local services. And that, of course, was started by the former head coach at Alabama, Sarah Patterson, one of her many impressive legacies. Shalyn Olsen will be the leadoff vaulter for Alabama in this first rotation. This is the only event we'll see Shalyn on tonight. She's a member of the Canadian national team.
And she just happens to be doing the most difficult vault in the competition. We'll see 2 of them tonight. It's a Yurchenko double twist. Tenno Stargard. She is a quick twister, and that is the best double twist she has done yet this season. She's had some troubles getting this vault all the way around and landing with her chest up high. Much higher this time. It can still be a little bit more upright, but I know she's going to be happier with that.
Nia Johnson will lead off LSU on the bar as a sophomore from Dallas, Texas.
And they had a terrific bar rotation last week. Nia is a really strong leadoff gymnast on this event, very dynamic, hits her handstands. A little bit short on that bail to handstand, however, on low bar. There it is, right on top. Watch the dismount. Double layout.
Let's see, this is a rose meet for LSU. But I don't think there's people in the audience due to COVID. So I think there's just cutouts.
She has this so dialed
Or
in.
maybe
She
there are
notices at the
people in the
perfect
audience. I don't
time,
know.
way up above the bar, and just scoots the feet together in the stick position.
But some of the meets,
NCAA gymnastics rules for dual meet competition, 6 gymnasts on each event. We count just the top 5 scores towards the team total. Maddie Walagora. In fact, just a few minutes ago, the lineup was changed for Alabama, and Maddie, we thought we might see her in 3 events. She's in the all-around for the first time in 2021 tonight.
And it looked like she went for the 1.5. Good for her. Nice to see that in this lineup. It's another 10 start value vault. So now they've performed 2. This is a landing that will face away from the table. So it's a blind landing. You really have to feel it. She took a big step forward, but she was making sure she got plenty of rotation.
You mentioned when we spoke with Dana Duckworth, the Alabama head coach this week, that she is really trying to step up difficulty, and hopefully one day, maybe today, they'll have all their vaulters doing 10-0 vaults, Kathy.
That creates a huge advantage. There is a risk-reward balance you have to keep in mind, because you also have to stick the landing.
This is Bridget Dean. Kaya Johnson led them off with a strong 9-8-7-5.
She opens this routine with a single bar release move. You get a 10-point bonus for doing it on 1 bar. It's called a ray. There's a little bit of bent arms in her calf, so it's slightly muscled. But I like the way she's attacking this routine. Nice, strong final cast to handstand. And a big double layout. Lost form a little in the air. The legs were slightly apart and slightly bent, but huge amplitude. The judges sit right on the side, so they're going to see that laid out position, but they can also see those legs come apart and knees bent.
As we go back to vault, this is Luisa Blanco from Alabama. Kathy, point out some of the things the judges are focusing on.
Well, of course, we talked about the start value. It's based on the level of difficulty, amplitude, how big is it off the table, height and distance, and of course the all-important landing. This is a 1.5. Killed!
Nice.
Wow! Did she find that landing, the strength in her toes to hold on and grip the mat? We'll see in slow motion something, the luxury that the judges do not have. Very clean 1.5 twist, just a slight adjustment. I wouldn't even call it a shift or a step with the right foot. It was just an adjustment.
Olivia Dunn will be next up for LSU on the bars.
And Olivia has really worked and improved each meet. Improved her stamina, opens with a big ray, nice hack salto down to the low bar, good handstand pirouette on the low bar. You really want to finish that in the handstand. Now let's see if she can get the double layout. Good height, pretty good form, just a slight pike down at the end, but look at the stuck landings they're coming up with, really fighting for those. Having just been in a tight battle, they know the importance of hitting every single handstand because these things add up. Now watch her fight on the double layout. She does pipe down a little bit, and a little hop in place, but good fight again.
Lexi Graber in the all-around tonight for just the 2nd time this year. Eddie Valagora had a 9.85. We do not yet have the score for Luisa Blanco.
Put amplitude in your brain because this can be big. Height and distance, huge. Oh gosh, I wish she could have gotten that landing because the vault is the best we've seen in flight so far. She has great block off the table. Watch the change of direction. It lifts up and goes out, just slight separation and that one little step at the end. Look at the distance though, that's crazy.
Amy Bryant will be next up for LSU. We've talked how many times she's been the SEC Freshman of the Week, Gymnast of the Week. She's already off to an incredible start as just a freshman. 9.85 is the score now for Olivia Dunn.
And we will see her on all 4 events. She does not have a weak one, opens with a strong straddle Jaeger. I love that every meet she improves some little something. She really is paying attention to those details. A tiny bit of foot form right there, double front, very hard to land. I think she may have gotten the stick. Her teammate was blocking my view to see whether her feet moved. Good job on that straddle Jaeger. Now let's see, right here, I can't tell, but the judges will know.
Back to ball, Kaylee Quinn is in the lineup tonight. You see the scores there. That Luisa Blanco 9.925 going for that 1.5 paid off. And so far, Alabama showing a really impressive start here on ball.
I think they're going to go for all 6. Kaylee's been training a 1.5. They may let her go.
Yes.
There it is, and the stick.
How about that?
Wow.
Oh.
They have thrown down the gauntlet here. Going for the biggest vaults, all 10-0 start values, and just really setting up those landings and finding the stick.
Kaylee Quinn, the transfer from Nebraska, doing her part. Talk about big scoring potential. Alyona Shenikova had an awesome meet last week, and she is really starting to come into her own as a sophomore. Showed some inconsistencies as a freshman, without a doubt, but boy, pouring it on this year, Kathy.
Watch her attack this routine. She learned that skill over the summer, the ray, down into the pack salto. There's a fine handstand right at the end. Double it, ooh, took it out, but almost held on to the stick. You kind of have to show that stuck position with facing out before you turn and salute the judge. You may have needed to hold it just a touch longer, but she was quick to salute.
And this is big news here for Alabama, because Shania Adams, coming after Kaylee Quinn, gets a huge 9.95 to round out this amazing effort for the home team on vault here in the first rotation.
She can go big here.
Oh,
what a
shell.
Missed opportunity. They do have 5 unbelievably good scores to count. But for this athlete, we really wanted to see her turn around. Last week she had
Put her hand down,
and on
too.
floor exercise, and unfortunately came up short again today.
Final performer on LSU's bar lineup is Sammy Durante. She's the senior. We'll expect to see her in 3 events tonight.
And she is
Well, 2021's Sammy Durante's last season, because for 2022, she won't be at LSU.
Big, beautiful straddle.
Because if she's a senior, she'd be graduating in May.
Slight leg separation on that pack salto, but that's your best handstand pirouette on low bar. That was the standard. Absolute perfection. Same with the last handstand. Super high dismount here, half and half out.
Oh, yes.
Got the landing, that's a beauty. Wow.
That's coming after a 9.9 from Shenikova.
As Jake called her, she is a bone crusher. I mean, she just goes all out all the time. That tap through the bottom on her giant is so aggressive, she sets up that dismount sky high.
And Alabama with a 49.45, a season high on the vault for them. Impressive start for the home team tonight in the power of pit meet. Don't go away.
So now what Alabama needs to do is continue to repeat and improve on the lows. Just like last week, Luisa Blanco came up big this week. Then embrace beam pressure again to go 6 for 6 and dial in more perfect dismounts and stuck landings. It's all about repeating where they excelled with controlled landings and difficult skills from senior Lexi Graber and freshmen learning from mistakes to stay locked in to strong mental cues during intense competition. And the same goes for LSU. Their Herculean vault rotation last week highlighted by Kaya Johnson.
So last week LSU had their, before Alabama, when they had it at Florida, it was a home game.
Durante just did a tough beamer, Bridget Dean, and emerging all-arounder Aliona Shenikova. It all came down to the final.
You know, because I live in Louisiana, I have actually seen a live LSU gymnastics meet. Because my friend Amy and I have actually been in the audience before COVID, so we've seen a live LSU gymnastics. I haven't just seen them on TV, I've seen them live.
In this season, the highest score will not be dropped, so there's some changes this year to the NQS calculation.
Absolutely. They usually have to drop that high score, but now they get to count it. So tonight is an opportunity for both these teams to one-up their previous high score and help their rankings.
We are underway here in Tuscaloosa. When we come back, LSU will go to the vault and Alabama will be on the vault.
I think LSU gymnastics struggled this season more than they normally do.
Here, Sydney Johnson-Sharp and their head coach Jenny Rowland, but still managed to score a 197.5 to defeat Kentucky and stay on a roll. Nearly 40%
Actually,
of their
Florida
was
unavailable. Florida had a perfect season. They didn't lose all season.
197.5, Kathy. Pretty impressive.
Very impressive. And Alyssa Bauman won her first all-around title, competing on the bars for the first time since 2016.
As we move to the next rotation, LSU will be on the vault, and they have a huge vault projected lineup here, Kathy, with a couple of big highlights at the end, especially.
This is going to be something special because Alabama threw down the gauntlet on vault.
Alabama had the lead after the first event, 49-45 to 49-37 for LSU.
Tammy Durante will lead them off.
This is a 9:95 start.
LSU was on the bars last year. Now they're on the vault.
That will still be a very big score, especially in this leadoff spot. Really nice lift, just a slight hike to land. Good start.
Maddie Walagora will lead off Alabama on bars. As we mentioned, she's in the all-around tonight, along with Lexi Graber and Luisa Blanco for Alabama. LSU has two all-arounders, Aliona Shenikova and Haley Bryant.
This is a short, sweet routine, and it ends with a bang. She has a monstrous dismount. Bryant line right to the handstand, perfectly done. Nice retrograde, just lost her toe point in the middle of the flight. Good spot. Now watch this, double layup with a full twist. Wow, oh shoot. Big step forward, unfortunately, but the difficulty of that dismount is through the roof. So nice to see this kind of difficulty in how she just released just a little bit early, didn't get those feet up quite high enough to get the height and the rotation.
The lead-up score for LSU on the vault. Tammy Durante had a 9.85. Aliona Shenikova, her season high, a 9.925. And once again, she is going in all-around tonight, scored a 9.9 on bars in the first rotation.
He has good, strong technique on this ball. 1.5 twist. Oh, it looked pretty in the air, but landed in a very deep squat and stepped back. Which, when you step back out of a 1.5 twisting ball, it means you have under-rotated. So it lacked the height to really get it all the way around. So it was a more significant deduction than if she had stepped forward.
Lexi Graber will be next up for Alabama on the bars. What are the judges looking for here, Kathy?
Handstands, handstands, handstands. Right in the vertical position. I go further than that. I want straight arm handstands.
Ooh, they're
and
playing
perfectly straight
The
body.
Weekend,
You should look like your
Blinded
body is
by the
hooked up
Light. I love that
just
song.
perfectly straight in that handstand. And then release moves. Single bar release. As I said, they get a tenth of a point bonus. And then the flight releases from bar to bar. And of course, we talked about it all night, landings. And we're seeing some really good ones. Rexy has had a couple issues on bars. She hasn't quite hit that routine yet. She went over on a handstand, and that was just an aggressive mistake. And those are the kinds of mistakes you'd rather see as a coach. They'll take it right to that handstand, nicely done to the finger. Unfortunately, leg separation on that release move. Oh, a little bit quick out of that bail to handstand. She's rushing just a little bit. Half in, half out, and a stuck landing. Didn't give up anything with the landing. Just a couple little form issues during the routine.
You know, The Weekend, they performed that song, Blinded by the Light, at the Super Bowl. I mean, I don't really like a lot of The Weekend songs, but I love that song by them, Blinded by the Light. And The Weekend, the singer that did the Super Bowl, he looked like Bruno Mars. But I like Bruno Mars too.
Good speed down the runway. Nice distance. Really big Yurchenko full. That hop back will be the biggest deduction in the vault, but I love the distance she travels from the table.
On the scores there, she regulated them off at a 9.85. Shenakova had a 9.775. On bars, Maddie Walagora had a 9.8 to lead them off. Do not yet have the score for Lexi Graber. And that brings up freshman Pam Machado.
It's an exciting sequence to start this routine off. They go from low bar right up to high bar with Miss Maloney. Right back down with a pack salto, right into the toe heel. I love it when she connects that into the Van Leeuwen. So much difficulty packed in that sequence, and all back to back to back. Finishes with a giant full to a tuck double back. I know she's excited. You have to be right on that pack salto, right here, so you can toe on out of that. There's so much momentum. Very difficult combination. Well done.
If you don't get your feet on, Kathy, you end up in the third row of the seats. That's a lot of power coming through the bottom. Great job. Sarah Edwards now up after Elena Arenas had a 9.825.
And this is a powerful vault. High bar, a hop on the landing, but this is a tiny gymnast that can fly down the runway and really change direction. Watch it go up off the table. Just need to freeze those feet a little bit more, not bring the head forward. She might have found a stuck landing.
Janaya Adams now. 9.85 to score for Pam Machado. So Alabama has a 1.98 and 2.985 so far.
This is Shania's best event. Just great swing technique, nice combination. Notice how she kept those legs together. Showed off that cast and handstand. Another difficult routine. A lot of good flight elements from bar to bar. Full pirouette into the tuck double back. Just over-rotated sliding, took that step back. That's the kind of thing that a freshman needs to learn how to do. It's like keeping your focus all the way to the very end and fight for those stuck landings.
Okay, here we go. The final two vaulters for LSU could be a highlight. Even SportsCenter acknowledged it last weekend when Kaya Johnson did the double full for the first time in her season.
It was a thrill. Very well done. And we get the treat of seeing it again here. Oh, just a little deep knee bend. She was under-rotated, and she tried to finesse it by just bending a little bit more to try to hold onto the stick, but she was forward of her feet. goes slightly under rotated, but not quite as big as last week, but such a high level of difficulty on that vault. It really isn't given that kind of credit in terms of start level.
Luisa Blanco now set to go. She already had a 9.925 with that thrilling vault in the first rotation.
And this is as pretty a bar routine as you will see. It's like she glues her ankles and toes together and never loses it. Look at that. Even on that difficult transition, pack salto down, little bit over on that handstand pirouette on the low bar. But so many beautiful positions and shapes. Look at the toe point, even throughout the entire dismount.
Oh, she's having a great day so far, Kathy.
Oh, she is just pretty as can be in her shapes. A photographer could just snap photos rapid fire and not find a bad one.
Nina Duckworth happy with her team's effort so far. Haley Bryant now. We talked about this 1-2 punch on vault. Johnson a 9.85 only, but this one has a 10-0 scoring potential if she can hit it, Kathy.
It can be otherworldly. Watch her ricochet off the table. That is,
Oh my goodness.
I'm just waiting for her to stick this ball. Because when she sticks this ball, it's like end of story 10-0. It is a fabulous ball. Look at, I mean, she just bounces off that table. She finishes everything. She can land back on top of the table on her feet. Oh my gosh. When that ball is stuck, it's going to be amazing.
Awesome to see that combination of power and superb technique. Luisa Blanco at 9.95. So what a day she's having, a 9.925 and a 9.95. Bakari Doggett is the anchor performer for the Crimson Tide here in Navarre.
Big combination here. Tkachev on the high bar, right to the pack salto. Very nicely done. Oh, need to go ahead and pirouette that early, and unfortunately repeating that should get a slight deduction. Double layout, absolutely gorgeous in the air. I love how straight her body is and how glued her legs are together in the dismount. Unfortunately, she had a little miss right here. She needed to pirouette, half pirouette. She wasn't over far enough, so she has to swing down and repeat it. Look at the form, even in slow motion, those legs don't come apart, just a back.
We said that Luisa Blanco's having a great day. You can see it in her face. When we come back, Kathy Johnson caught up with her this week, and we'll have that interview plus a special surprise for her as well.
I just tend to block it out, and it's like a bubble. I put myself in this bubble and I just let myself go. It's just another turn, and I'm kind of competitive within myself.
What's it like competing in the all-around now?
It's so fun. I haven't competed all around in quite some time, so just bringing that whole format aspect into it, it's been awesome. I like taking it event by event. It's not so much like a whole all-around thing. It's just every event is so special and so unique in every way. So I'm so excited to be back in the all-around and do my thing.
These Zoom interviews are truly the silver lining of broadcasting from home. They have been delightful, and Louisa shared something with us that set up a wonderful surprise.
Yeah, sorry. Hi, hello. Hi.
So I'm here, you came to the Miami.
Yeah, I think it was like 2013 or 2014, something like that, long time ago.
Beautiful form and execution. I've watched you compete, so that's so hard to master. You know, it's one thing to be good and it's a different thing to be great.
Thank you so much. Coming from you, that's wow. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
I wish you good luck.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Kathy, that was so much fun. You know, when I heard what Lisa said about Nadia, whose office is right next to mine. I went over and said, would you like to say something to Lisa? And she goes, oh, I can't wait to tell her how much I love her gymnastics.
And Bart, it was an opportunity for you and me both to step out of our.
You see what kind of career night she is having. Happy for her as Alabama, the 6th-ranked team in the country, is hosting the 2nd-ranked team, LSU. LSU is only one of 3 teams that have scored 198 or more in this season. And Alabama's season high is a 197, which they scored last week in a loss to Georgia. But Alabama, very consistent tonight so far, and they moved to an event that they have done quite well on this year, Kathy, and of course a lot of it has to do with this leadoff performer, Alonzo Crawford.
It's such an important routine. They all are very important, but the leadoff just sets the tone, kicks off the confidence, and you only put a gymnast in this position that you count on, no matter what. Nice execution of her acro series, that front aerial to the back handspring. Very pretty position in the air on that second jump. This will show a full 180-degree split in the jump. You can see how she is just choreographed her breathing and her focal point. Every gymnast has strong cues that they focus in on, especially when nerves start to creep up. They just shut those out. Very solid routine, strong lead-off performance for Alabama. It is just money when you can find the athlete that can do that week in and week out. Just attack this first beam routine out of the gates. And it just, I can't tell you what that does to the team. It just infuses this confidence.
The team will be first up on the floor for the visiting LSU Tigers. You see their lineup there. Decent high score for her is a 9-9.
All 3 tumbling passes. Look for the control and the chest up high. Watch her feet. Oh, that's a bounce back, so that'll be a deduction. You have to keep those feet down when you're stepping to your lunge. Combination back running, half the front layup, much better control. Just a little soft in the knees on the 1.5. All importantly, show that full 180 and a complete rotation in those jumps to get credit. Finishes with another double back, a very high one in tuck position, great control. Very nice job. She gave away a little bit on the first pass. It was a more difficult double back in the pike position. He has so much speed and so much power here. Just slightly overcooked it. Looked better from this angle, but it is a hop backwards. And the last pass, check this out. Nice lift. A little low in the chest, you can see from this angle, but good control of the feet.
You know, we spoke to Coach Duckworth in December and said, tell us a little bit about Maddie Walagora. She goes, you know, she may just make the all-around one of these days. And well, today is the day. Her first shot at the all-around. So far, she has a 9.85 on vault and a 9.8 on bars.
Maddie has nice, strong feet for balance beam. step out. He was smiling even before she landed. She knew she had it. You can set those skills up so well. Keep that center of gravity right up the beam, just like on that side aerial, which is a turning aerial move in the air. A little more complicated to keep that center right over the middle of the beam. Nice split jump and a tuck jump full. You don't often see a tuck full on the beam.
He did it fearlessly.
As I said, she's got strong feet and clearly has eyeballs in them too, because she can really find that beam on a very difficult skill. Look at this, 1.5. Oh, a step back, slightly under rotated, but the rest of the routine was so good. And so
Coming after
shy.
Alonza Cloffer had a career high 9.9, excuse me, Kathy, but that's worth noting.
Yes, it is. Just that little step back, the rest of the routine was so confident and so aggressive. Nice to see.
Arenas now coming after Bridget Dean led off LSU on the floor with a 9.875.
And I love what Jay Clark says about Elena. She is a steady Eddie on every event and a warrior. What more could you want? This is an E pass, a front with a double twist. Those front landings are really difficult to show control. Layout to front full. There's a step landing. Full. Now we've seen all of her tumbling so far. The requirement to tumble backwards as well. She's going to finish with a double back. A little bit of a bounce back and slide with that front foot. Very nice work. I love her toe point. That's a beautiful, polished element in this routine. That front layout, it's a combination pass. She was a little bit piked in the second somersault. We needed to really maintain the stretch throughout. And the pike double back, notice how she kind of stumbles back a little bit out of that. Those will be slight deductions.
Shania Adams now for Alabama on the beat. You see their scores. Cloffer, a 9.9 to lead off, and Wadagora, a 9.85.
Shania has this beautiful combination right here. Split leap. Oh! She's going to have to repeat it. Oh, she doesn't. Front aerial. Normally she would connect those for a bonus, and it's also a gymnastics acro series, a dance acro. Handspring layout, step out. But she had to do that. Now she has her acro series. Very difficult turn, double roll. Very solid on that. Which lead to split turn, very solid on that leap series. Handspring to a 1.5 and gets almost the step landing. She scooted back right at the end. Nice to see her fight through. There's a lot of good elements in this routine. Kind of pushes off into that double, but finishes it in such a lovely position. Nice job on the dismount. She didn't need the connection of that leap in front aerial. I just love it, so I miss seeing it connected.
Alyona Shenakova. Take a note of what the judges are looking for here, Kathy.
level of difficulty in these tumbling passes. The top teams, the best floor workers, have E passes. That's the highest degree of difficulty in this first tumbling pass. And this is a front double full. Oh, that is a big bounding step. That will be a significant deduction. One and a half to front full, a very difficult combination pass, but again, another bounding step forward. He shows a beautiful flexibility in her reach. This is a Rudy to a split jump. Watch the amplitude and the shape in the air. Oh, it went too far back. So there's so much in this routine, and she overdid most of the passes, just a little too much. Watch this big step. Normally she would step into piqué arabesque, just right up into that arabesque position. Look at the gorgeous split in these leaps. You keep the legs really locked out straight because it's such a beautiful leap. It can be even more perfect.
Great start for Alabama on the beam. Shania Adams, a 9.875. So here's Lexi Graber.
Leap one arm cartwheel up to a support on beam. You'll notice the gymnasts has their unique style and pace on balance beam. This is an interesting acro series. Watch it in a pike down to 2 feet. Very solid. I'm so pleased to see the confidence in her movement and on her face. SEC balance beam champion. You can see why the attention to detail. Very nice. Oh, just off on that second jump, leaning back out of the straddle 3/4. It's a difficult leap series. And my favorite pass is here. After the cat leap, the front toss, right to scale. Very difficult. Into the dismount, gainer full. That was a fabulous routine, just that one little misstep. The second jump out of this quickly, straddle 3/4, she just rushed it ever so slightly and tried to land before she finished the full jump. Really great routine other than that little slip up.
Here is Sierra Ballard. You see the score for Shenikova, 9.75. Remember, 6 athletes compete. You count just the best 5 scores. Alabama had a lead of just under a tenth of points coming into this third of 4 rotations.
There's another E pass. It's backwards tumbling. Double layout. Yeah, as dynamic with her dance as she was super tumble. Just got that around. Mistimed the punch out of the front, back 1.5. It's a really tricky combination, and you can't get ahead of yourself. Just time the punch to really get that second somersault. short rotation. So this routine's gonna get there. There's a lot of good stuff in it. I love the energy. I love the music and the choreography. Ashley Claire Kearney does the music and choreography for this team. She missed this middle pass, unfortunately, so that will be a pretty sizable deduction on that front layout. And again, short on that landing.
And we go back to beam now. Makari Doggett. The score comes in for Lexi Graber, 9.775.
The Aqua Series. Woo! Just an extra arm circle. Needs to really attack that landing and press down into the beam. And lift it off of the circle. Which leap with a half turn, very difficult leap. A lot of gymnasts have trouble hitting the shape and getting the half turn all the way around. Another solid routine for Alabama. Little things to fix in that routine. And the good news is they are all fixable. Right here, she just pressed down with both arms strongly, but certainly easier for me to say sitting here in my broadcast chair.
With your slippers on, I might add, Kathy. At home. Sarah Edwards, you see her average on floor, 22nd in the NCAA. Sierra Ballard, a 9.725. So LSU needs a couple of big scores here at the end of this rotation if they hope to catch Alabama.
Another high energy routine, and she's got plenty of it, plenty of power, front double full. With a big bound out of that. One of the more difficult combination passes you'll see from full to front full. Most people stay straight on one of those elements. She tries to do both. Good shot, the Copa. Judges really pay close attention to where their feet take off and where they land. Make sure they get that full turn in. Look at the speed in her run. Round off double top. And notice how she kept that front foot down when she stepped into the lunge. Not going to give up a tenth of a point there. I love this pass. As I said, most gymnasts will stay straight on one of these. She twists them both, much more difficult. I love the way she uses her speed and then converts it to height off the floor.
Luisa Blanco having an outstanding night, and this is one of her best events. You see her average on beam is over 9.9. The score for Doggett, a 9.8.
Luisa can be truly glorious on this event. She is just exquisite in her form and presentation. Every teeny, tiny difficulty she makes look so easy. Triple series here, it's extra bonus, answering to 2 layout step outs. Watch how straight her legs are throughout. Way to fight. Really hard not to get excited on balance beam when you're coming off 2 phenomenal events. And you know this is your event. Lovely needle scale. But she has everything. Flexibility, posture, precise footwork, perfect toe point. Gorgeous switch lead to lead jump. So it's a shame there's not extra bonus for this level of performance quality, because the quality is head and shoulders above so many others. You got the stick. Double twist, what a fabulous, exquisite routine. The choreography, the difficulty. All there was a slight shift of her front foot, an extra little arm. But even from the side, you can just see the profile of her posture and toe point. Oh, looked like a tiny hop from this angle, so.
And a great deal of joy in that face, no question. All right, Sarah Edwards-Hay, 9-9. This is a huge routine, not only for LSU, but for this young lady, Haley Bryant, after that misstep last week, which was certainly uncharacteristic of this young lady.
Absolutely, it's pure excitement on her part. Check this first tumbling pass out. It's a double front.
Huge.
So difficult. But layout to Rudy. Look at her really try to hold on to all of those landings. Beautiful first leap. The second leap needs a little bit more straddle in the air. And everybody is with her on this final tumbling run. It is so difficult. It's an E element at the end, a front double twist, and she nailed it. She just slammed the door on the mistake of last week, rewrote the entire chapter, so good for her. Everyone is thrilled to see this phenomenal freshman step up. Look at the height on that double front. And the very difficult front double full. As I said, she's just got teeny little things in there to clean up, but this was just pure joy to see her come back like that. Awesome.
Great finish for Haley Bryant at LSU on the floor, and Luisa Blanco, a 9.975 at the anchor spot for Alabama. So bookends 9.9 to start the rotation and a 9.975 to end it. Alabama still has the lead. And we have already seen some incredible teams and some spectacular performance. Friday Night Heights continues with two terrific matchups on Friday, February 26th. LSU, Kentucky at 7 Eastern. And then Kathy, you and I will have Auburn against #1 Florida at 8:30 Eastern on the 26th. Dario will lead off the Tigers. They trail Alabama by .225. If they're going to win it, they're going to have to win it here on B. They've done it before.
Beautiful switch lead to switch lead half. That's as well done as possible on that very difficult lead series.
This event, they're ranked second in the country. Very solid so far this year.
Dollar is going to be on the back end for the layout. Wonderful when you can have a natural leader, one who has all of the elements necessary. Just lifted that back foot a little bit, slight deduction there. Light loss of concentration and balance. Just beautiful work on balance beam and very, very consistent. Just that one little misstep towards the end of the routine, but the big elements, the leap series, this was gorgeous. Perfect split in the air. Split, gets that half turnaround right before those feet land. Really good job.
Emily Gaskins, the lead off Alabama on the floor. You see the lineup there, which finishes with Luisa Blanco, who's having a career day in the all-around. She's set for a big finish here.
A high double back, a little bit of a slide back into that lunge.
Werewolves of London.
Wide turn into the middle hole. And trying to switch out. The leads are really nice. But cut through, cut double back, really good control. Very nice DK turns. This nice dance training, really strong routine both in tumbling and dance. The choreography was perfect to the music. Look at that wide turn into the wolf pull. And really nice control. Watch her feet on the landing. Just was slightly forward, but in control.
Sammy Durante now up for LSU. 9.875 was the leadoff score for Christina Desiderio.
And Sammy attacks being just the way she does bars. Yes, it's different. The mental cues are different for balance beam. There has to be a more relaxed flow of those cues. These legs really straight on the back. Hands to your legs. Like that. Nice. Real into the split jump. There's just a little bit more stretch in that back foot on the toe point. Oh, I was just about to remark, I love seeing her really try to keep those legs straight. They're sometimes soft in that first reach, often not straight. Lost a little balance on the second jump. Oh, and on the cat feet. It's like, oh, and she's,
Oh my.
she was just got herself off going into the cat leap. And then one thing to flip dominoes on, once you're slightly off on one skill, which she just wasn't settled as she went into it. So fortunately, she rolled an ankle on the edge of the mat, escaped that just fine, but it did feel that reduction.
Shea Clark mentioned that she has had a calf injury of late, and that has been acting up a little bit. Perhaps that affected her there. Sandia Mitchell now, coming after Emily Gaskins, led them off with a 9.85. Alabama has the lead. Sania's a junior from Tuscaloosa, did not compete in her first two seasons, so a great treat to have her competing in front of the hometown crowd here. Of course, Normally at Coleman Coliseum, there's well over 11,000 people in the stands to see this big program. This year, the seating capacity is limited to 2,055 spectators because of COVID.
Front through the double back. That's her best landing of all her time pass. I love the full commitment, full energy that she puts into her performance. Just little form things get cleaned up throughout the routine. The performance quality was so full out. Wonderful.
As we get set to watch Haley Ryan on the game, Kathy, remind us the points of emphasis here.
Look for the difficulty and the technique and form in the dance skills and the acro skills. When they connect these skills, they earn bonus points. And those bonus points help them earn a 10 start value. And then, of course, balance. Any kind of check of balance can range from minor, like those tiny little, just slight leaning. They're not even full deductions. They just cumulative at the end. First leap was very nicely done. Great, and to look at the fight, she fought for a split second and then just really pressed down into the beam and held on. Watch Rudy dismount, strong routine. Love the fight that you can see on every element. She just stayed with every single skill. And held onto that stick.
Shallon Olsen will be next up, the Canadian national team member. Alabama has this lead in this rotation. Trying to snap the 3-meet streak. LSU, the last 3 times they've been here into Coleman Coliseum, they went home with a win. The opportunity here for Alabama with a slight lead coming into these final performances.
We saw her perform a very difficult vault. She's going to do the same thing on course. We saw her tumbling skills and ability are extraordinary. This is a double back with a double twist. Full in, full out. And she can pull that out of her pocket any day of the week. It's just crazy how easily she gets 2 flips and 2 twists.
Her power is deceptive.
Out of 1.5, doing a double twist. I know she's capable of doing a triple twist. She trains it for her elite routine. Finishes with high double back. There's the best landing of all of them. But that first pass just deserves another look. It's so complicated, so difficult. 2 flips, 2 twists. That's a full in, full out. She does land a little short of rotation with the chest out, but it's so hard. And then watch the no movement of these feet. She just jumps into the lunge, but right in place.
See the scores for LSU on the beam. Sammy Durani's 9.625 would be the one they hope to drop if they can continue to hit here for the final 3 performers, including Bridget Dean.
Bridget does one of the more difficult acro series, which is a requirement, but you're not required to do one this complicated, side aerial of back handspring. She has to turn in the air on the arrow, cartwheel, and line it up straight for the back handspring. To split shot, nice shapes in the air. With the judges sitting right on the side, they can really appreciate that first split. You can see every form deduction in terms of feet and knees. Very strong routines for LSU. And she gets the stick. Well done. Side aerial to Floral. Nice variety of difficulty in this routine, from the acro series to the dance, and then fought to the very end, a little bit soft in the knees in that full, but there's nothing away on that leg.
Makari Delgett will go next for Alabama on the floor. 9.85 to score for Shell and Olsen. A big opportunity here now for the Crimson Tide, because LSU needs two stellar routines on the beam in the final rotation to have a chance. But right now, Alabama is not letting up.
Great opportunity for Makari. She made her debut on this event last week and can improve. Opens with a tucked up back. Goals in front layout. That second somersault should have been a little bit higher. You want to see it rise. Split full. Double back. Not bad. Her chest was a little bit forward, so the hop was forward. So wonderful to see her in the floor lineup. She has to manage a knee issue. So they're very careful with the numbers on this tumbling. See if she gets these all the way around. A little bit short of rotation on the third split full. Difficult, tight double back at the end. Chest was just a little forward, so she had to hop and scoot forward.
Alabama has 4 solid hit routines over there on floor. Remember, they only need 5. They're going to drop the lowest score. Look at the scores here for LSU on beat. 3.9875 with that 1.9625 they'd like to drop. But right now, they need a big score out of Kaya Johnson, the sophomore from Dallas. Her season high so far, a 9.925 on this event.
I can be really strong on this event. She stays focused. There's the difficulty and amplitude. That's really that step out. The balance correction there. As I said, the balance can range from tiny, almost infinitesimal deductions to more significant ones. Nice job on that switch loop into the switch loop half. As she shows so much amplitude, really lifts up off the beam. Just like that on the front toss, the height above the beam is special. Round up double twist, and a very, very good landing. At most, she's scooting her feet ever so slightly. The judges will see it more clearly. There's that one, actually 2 little corrections. They're minor, but they were noticeable.
She's being held out of the all-around because she's had some Achilles tenderness, and Coach Clark is has told us many times she's one of the best gymnasts on my team, but I don't have her at full strength yet. We're trying to decide when they put her in the all-around again. And maybe it might be closer to postseason. Against score a 9.875. Lexi Graber now. Alabama comfortably in the lead.
Watch the little nuanced hand gestures and movement in this routine. So effective, so pretty. Pull in.
Wow.
That is a controlled landing. Look how she keeps those toes pointed even on the skipping runs into the lead. A lot of gymnasts get flat-footed there.
She can put this landing down and get a 9.85 or better. She can secure the win for Alabama in the 5th spot.
Beautiful front to five double back, and she's done it. That was a fabulous routine, and she does it. She's been working toward this one all season long. The height, the amplitude on her tumbling. Extraordinary, great control on the landing. But this routine also had it all. Yes, great tumbling, but the attention to detail, the straight legs, the pointed toes, wonderful.
Final performer now on B for LSU, Eliona Shenikova, 9.875. Again for Kaya Johnson. Oh my goodness.
Is to settle down, calm but aggressive. Handspring layout. Moody, very difficult acro skill. You can do the half turn into the front handspring. Just with again, showing pretty pictures to those judges sitting right there on the side. You can see they light little check there out of the front of the line.
You hear the cheering over there for Alabama on their side of the building. They're in anticipation of a big score for Lexi Graber.
Alona is definitely keeping her cool, staying focused in the moment. Back handspring to a gainer off the side.
And let's go over to Alabama on the floor. Lexi Graber's score is in a career high 9.975. And that secures the win. The last 3 times LSU has come in here to Coleman Coliseum, they've gone home with a victory. But a big moment for Alabama and Dana Duckworth right here tonight.
Ooh, I love that girl's face
We'll
mask.
wrap it up.
Due to COVID, it has
With an encore
sequins on it.
performance. Look at her all-around scores so far tonight. Career high on the first 3 events.
Took the word right out of my mouth. Encore. That's the way she can approach this because she can perform the heck out of this routine. Look at the height and control on the double height. Extraordinary leaps, flexibility, footwork. Great control on a tough double back. has to finish, but pulls it by leg right into a gorgeous PK Arabesque.
Oh, what a treat.
Oh. Good for her. What a meet. What an all-around performance.
Alabama gets the win. The first one in Tuscaloosa since 2013, a big night for the Crimson Tide and Dana Duckworth and Louisa Blanco as well. When we come back, we'll wrap this one up.
Today we're back, and this year the conference is more competitive than ever. 7 Pac-12 squads ranked in the top 25 entering a brand new season. The wait is finally over. A new season starts right now on the Pac-12 network. But at least from outside, it looks the same. Fresh smell on the Wasatch Front and the familiar dome of the Huntsman Center. But inside the arena is nearly empty. The rowdy crowds kept away by the pandemic, no doubt watching at home. It's the Pac-12 opener between the 6th-ranked Red Rocks of the University of Utah and the Gymcats of the University of Arizona. It's the meet of the week, presented by Pacific Premier Bank and live on the Pac-12 network. Hi everybody, I'm Jim Watts, alongside the Olympic gold medalist Amanda Borden, and welcome to Salt Lake City. We love coming here, but for us, half the fun is the capacity crowd. Normally 15,000 people, and we feed off it, but today we're at the top of the arena. We're going to have to create our own energy. What's it going to be like for the gymnasts on the floor?
Well, not just we feed off of it, the athletes feed off of it, but I've had a chance to talk to the coaches, and they said, we know we're going to have to create our energy by cheering each other on, but most of all, finding joy and being back out here on the competition floor.
Once again, Utah is one of the best teams in the country. No surprise there. Currently ranked number 6. And for Utah, well, they've already competed. Loaded with young talent. Let's talk about Shea Campbell. Shea Campbell, only a freshman. She's in the all-around every meet. Very busy, but she's adjusting to college life with 8 individual wins.
Yes, Shea has exceeded all of her coaches' expectations. From day one, even with COVID, she's been enthusiastic in the gym and strives to be better each and every day. She's been UCLA's rock, consistent on all events, and even though she is a freshman competing in the all-around, she's been competing as if she was a veteran.
For the floor and the at Utah. That's a big accomplishment for anybody, including a freshman. Oregon State, not yet in the top 25, but they're headed that way with sophomore Caitlin Yannick. She has been unbeatable on the floor, ranked number 4 in the country.
Yes, Caitlin has always been a steady and confident competitor for the Beavers, but it actually took her some time to open up. And as she got used to things throughout her 4 years, she has really come into her own as an athlete. She's always been their top competitor on floor exercise, bringing so much power, yet she pushes herself every day in the gym to be better.
UCLA has dominated the series lately, winning 7 in a row, but the Beavs are always good at polling. Number 13, UCLA, and Oregon State, presented by Pacific Premier Bank. Next on the Pac-12 Network.
You're watching Pac-12 Oregon, home of the Oregon State Beavers and the Oregon Ducks. Available on Xfinity.
It's a crisis that's changed us.
COVID-19 has impacted our health, our economy, and the way we live.
The universities of the Pac-12 were built to solve complex problems.
We lead the nation in tracking the virus. We've been at the forefront of developing safe vaccines.
As the country recovers, we are working for a new, better normal.
The universities of the Pac-12, together for brighter futures.
Second gymnast up for Utah is the sophomore Miley O'Keefe. She's in the as well. This evening will follow that competition as well. Crystal, we saw a 9.75 matches her score last week on the ball.
Distance on that ball, small step backwards on the landing. Small shoulder angle when she hit the vaulting table, but controlled the second part of that vault very well. Opened up to look for the floor, and just that step backwards.
So Utah off to a good start. Washington also off to a good start on even bars. Last week, as I mentioned, we had to come to 9-3. And 3 scores in the 9 sixes and the 9 sevens. So certainly looking to improve on that. McNamara, another freshman who they're going to count a lot on this season. And Coach Ralph also talked about her as being one of those athletes coming in as a freshman that'll have to fill some of the roles left by the seniors.
On a bars, there's 3 things judges are really looking for. Making sure you hit those handstands. You have to have different types of release moves, and of course, you need to stick your landings. This is the toughest part about competing, I think. You do your quick one-touch warm-up, and then you're ready to go, and you have to wait on the judges.
We are waiting for the score on this again, Alicia. This is something we've seen throughout this season, in particular on the uneven bars. Way more judges conferences. Honestly, in the first week, I think we saw more uneven bar judges conferences than we've seen in the whole season before this, and here we're going to do it again.
There's 2 judges there. They each come up with a start value, and they obviously have their score, and then they average between the 2. So if there's a disagreement between them, they have to have come to terms of agreement before they put up a score. So there could be an issue on start value. There could be an issue on the execution.
9.85 for Skylar Kill in the opening position.
Line change next. With a little bit of a forward break, puts her hands back below bar. Line change full, shorter than hands into
This was on St. Patrick's Day on Pac-12 Network.
It's just about building endurance. At the end of a bar or 2, you get tired.
2019, fourth at the 2018 British Championship, so brings an elite pedigree. She's the third gymnast to go full use.
A lot of distance from the table on that vault. Had one step on the landing.
So actually, I'm posting 3 gymnastics meets on YouTube today. I posted LSU, Alabama. I posted the Big 12 championship. And now I'm in the midst of posting Washington versus Utah.
The waiting game. Now, ball does go a little bit quicker, so that lends itself rather to more waiting when we get over to the uneven bars, but this is typically not what we will see. Megan Bowles, a sophomore from Las Vegas, Nevada, third gymnast up for the Huskies. So this is a huge routine.
No, it's a very unique combination, which I love. The nice straddle delta to immediate overshoot. Very difficult getting bonus points for those two skills directly connected.
So they keep things back on track there. The Huskies, Lucy Stanhope scored 9.85. That is a career high for her. Miley Lakeith right before that put up a 9.825. Now here's Candy Hall, number 20 in the country on the ball. I saw her warm that ball up, and she did it exactly like that. Just nailed it. Looks like she's maybe a little bit dizzy.
In pain.
Yeah, that was odd, because she nailed this ball.
Strong
landing. I mean, bent knees.
Absorbed it well, didn't have straight knees or anything like that, so I wonder what the issue was there, because that was a fantastic ball.
I think it was just the enthusiasm of the moment got the best of her, but that was outstanding. Hopefully it's nothing, and hopefully it's something that they can laugh about later, because that was an awesome ball.
You're watching Pac-12 Mountain.
Lauren Thomas is the next gymnast to go. She is a freshman from Loveland, Colorado. Six gymnasts going to each event. 5 of those scores are going to count, so they can't drop below that 9.25 from Katie McNamara, the second gymnast up. That is the score they're going to want to drop above. Morgan Bowles, she put up a 9.575 moments ago. So not a great score in the third spot.
Line came straddling and does not catch the bar.
Uh-oh, that's a fall.
It looked like her hands were on the bar. Alicia, what do you think?
That's a Washington fall.
She was too close.
This meet was on Pac-12 Mountain Network. Because there's Pac-12 Arizona, Pac-12
was
Mountain.
going to be able to actually catch it. Comes around and just loosens her body at the wrong moment where all her weight will pull her off the bar, which is very difficult. The tighter you are on anything in gymnastics, the easier the skills are to perform. So it looks like she relaxed just too soon.
You gotta get those grips over the bar just right sometimes too, and that may be the case as well. But now this is critical because she needs to try and minimize any more errors. They are going to counter hits. Unfortunately, you just don't want to make it worse than it needs to be.
Soft legs on that landing. Unfortunate. This Washington team is still trying to find their footing and really get this season going. And Rafarosa goes, we just need to start doing better in practice and carrying that over competitions.
Back over to the volcano Hall at 9.85. She stuck that 1.5 twist, making some execution errors in the air. And now Alexia Birch, senior from Sparks, Nevada, gets her shot. Now let's be careful in the celebrations here, okay? Let's just keep those under control. But man, 2 for 2 on the stuck 1.5 twist. Woo.
Great technically performed ball. Slight leg separation there, but the judges don't see it in slow-mo like we get to. And just, she knew exactly where she was and was not going to move those feet even in the slightest motion. Fantastic.
And she should be pumped. Assistant coach Garrett Griffith is pumped. So 9.85 for Katie Hall. Alicia, Alexa Birch go up from there.
It definitely should. I think that ball was technically performed a little bit cleaner, so that should be at least a 9-9.
Thomas has scored 8.4 for that Barrow team. Some unfortunate mistakes. Now the one that they've been leaning heavily on already and will the rest of the season, Geneva Thompson.
Over the low bar. Washington really needed. They needed to change the momentum that was going around them.
So Geneva stops the bleeding a little bit on the landing bars.
Hello, Mom. How you doing?
Hi.
What time did you get home?
I don't know. We left right after you did. I'm sure you did. Don't go.
Let's see how she can finish this off.
I was surprised you left my unit unlocked because I left it unlocked because you were there, but normally when I leave, I lock it.
Okay, what was suggested we did? You left. We didn't know.
I had my key with me because why would I not bring it? Because if you leave the building and you don't have your key with you, then you can't get back in the building because your card thing is on it.
Did you know? Did Dan and I know that you had left the building?
No. Well, was I supposed to tell you I was leaving?
Yeah. You're at my house. Watch us get up and leave Dan and I and just leave you sitting here?
No.
Well.
But you said I didn't need to stay the whole time, so I didn't.
I'm not saying that. I didn't care that you left. But next time you leave, you need to give us instructions. Well, if we would have locked the apartment, the condo, and you come home, didn't have your key, then what would we have had to do?
Then you would have had to come.
On the floor.
Yeah.
So,
I think it was fine it being open because nobody came in here.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in your first time out in a collegiate competition. And Gabby Wickman finishes the bar rotation strong. It was a tough bar rotation for the Huskies, unfortunately. One rotation in, the Utah Utes have come out strong. They're showing the countrywide that they're number 14 in the nation. They'll go to bars. The Huskies go to ball.
Okay?
Yes, dear.
Okay. How do you like your bed?
I don't notice anything new about it. I mean, it looks the same. I'm sure Aisha's probably not going to notice anything either. I guess you have to look underneath it.
Change the way you move.
I noticed that the stuffed animals aren't there.
Just 1 hour. You didn't notice the headboard on the wall going up 6 feet?
No.
Well, go look in the bedroom and look on the wall behind your bed.
Okay.
Walk in there right now.
Track. Start to hit routine and start to build towards the middle of the season, and certainly hope you put yourself in an entirely different situation once you get near the postseason. As we see the Washington Vault lineup, Alex Smith will lead things off. The Huskies.
Oh yeah, I do notice that
Richard
thing
Senior from
was
Telford,
there
Pennsylvania.
before, but I don't think it had the frame around it.
Opens up with your twinkle tuck full, has a hop on that landing. A lot of height on that vault. Good body position on the table, big block. Has a little extra power. I wouldn't be surprised if she turns that into a 1.5 at some point.
Now our first look at the sophomore Abby Paulson from Anoka, Minnesota.
Moving up with the Shapash to Pack Salto. Line change full. Immediate double tuck dismount. I don't know if that was a stick jump. I think there was like a little bit of foot movement.
A little movement on that landing. We're not going to, A&J are not going to quite give her a stuck landing on that, but a decent start nonetheless. She put up a 9.775 last week, trying to build on that.
If you are looking for a textbook handstand, that would be it. Perfect body position. That's what the judges want to see. When we talked about points of emphasis in handstands, that was what we wanted to look for. And that small foot movement, John, it wasn't a stick, but that was a nice routine.
So decent start for both squads. Skylar Pillow, Wilhelm. The next vaulter to go. You can see last week it's a solid 9.8. They need to start getting more of those. Those 9.8s and up are what kind of keep you in the meet.
Control of air, just needed some better absorption on the landing, so she didn't have that hop.
Allie Smith right before her, a 9.675 for that tuck your chicken full.
Small pike in the hips on the landing. Ideally, the judges want to see you come down with a straight body and then bend and absorb the landing through your feet and knees.
Alani Salado, the freshman from Temecula, California, will be next up on the American Bars. Just something her only event this season. Last week put up a 9.875. And she follows Abby Paulson's career high, 9.85 in the leadoff spot. Great start.
Toe handstand. To shoot over handstand. To toe catch up to the bar. Double back dismount. A little loose on the bottom half of her legs when she's in the air, but that was just a well put together routine.
Tom Barton, like you can see the head coach, he's the one standing right next to that landing mat.
You just want a tighter body position. Ideally, you want to see perfectly straight, legs glued together, toes pointed when you're in the air. She was just a little bit loose in the bottom half.
Looks like we had a little shuffle of the feet. Couldn't really tell for sure with the coach there, but it looked like she had a small deduction on that landing as well. Now Amara Cunningham, junior from Nyack, New York. Kilo Wilkins, 9.775. So scores are building for the Huskies.
Kicks it out. Does have a small hop back with it. That's the best ball we've seen from the Huskies so far.
Yeah, that was a big Uchenko full. You kind of wonder when's the 1.5 coming.
Good form onto the table, opens it up. Definitely has enough time and space before her feet hit to get a 1.5 round. Beautiful.
She really sees that floor coming from very high up. Alexia Birch, after that skating start on ball, she gets her chance on uneven bars. Melanie Serrato put up a 9.775 in the second position.
Switch grip. To Straddle Jaeger. Over handstand. Getting ready for a dismount. Double layout. Much better form in the air for that dismount. Does have a small step backwards.
Alexia Birch keeps it rolling on her second event of the evening, looking sharp. Amara Cunningham on vault, by the way, 9.85. That is her season high. Obviously only in the second meet, but already getting some improvement. Geneva Thompson now, one of the all-around competitors tonight for the Huskies. Yeah, she wanted that stick, Elisa. She was looking for it, and she bent the knees, had the hands out in front. It looked like she was going to get it for a second.
It almost looked like she had it. If she just had her chest up a little bit higher so it was in line with her hips, that stick would have been there. Opened up just too soon.
Those are the little things that the Huskies are hoping to iron out as they get further in the season. Again, only their second meet of the year. Riley O'Keefe at a 9.825 on vault in the first rotation.
Opens up with a shapash. Japan salto. Toe circle, back up on the high bar.
There you go. She's loving it. Miley is the number 7th ranked gymnast in the country in the all-around. So clearly off to a great start this season. So important to this Utah youth squad, and that Barber team, man, that was elite.
On vault, the judges are looking for 3 main things. Start values, not all vaults are created equal. Amplitude, that we want height and good distance from the vaulting table, and the stuck landing.
Katie McNamara, the next gymnast up, trying to recover from a 9.25 on the uneven bar. Slow start for her tonight, but she does follow Geneva Thompson's 9.75. So a chance here to string together 6 good vaults for the Huskies. This is an event last week. They only were able to put up 5 athletes. So the fact that they have a full complement this week is a step in the right direction.
I love seeing different vaults that we don't typically see every day. It caught me by surprise, to be perfectly honest. but very difficult. Round off onto the board, half off, half on, half off, in the tuck position. Twist a little bit early from the table. Ideally, you want to have your hands facing front so you can get it a little bit more controlled.
So Kate McNamara straightens things out a little bit on the vault after that bar rotation. Emily LeBlanc, next gymnast up for the Utes. Ivy O'Keefe got a 9.85.
Line change, strap the Jaeger to immediate overshoot.
Beautiful Jaeger.
Nice double layout, small hop backwards.
That was incredible routine. Yeah, other than that small hop, that looks about as good as she could do it.
You know, I don't know if I'm agreeing with these judges on bars right now because the routine that Molly performed was great, and this has really very well done, perfect form. That double layout just beautiful. So if this is a score minimum of 9-9, I'm gonna get heated over here, I think.
Don't get Alicia heated because that the judges don't want to see that. We'll see what they do. We'll see if they agree with you. Lauren Thomas, the anchor for the Huskies on vault. She had a tough time on that bar routine, an 8-4 there in the first rotation.
Washington doesn't have everybody back at full force just yet, and they are working their way back to getting their athletes doing all of their difficulty that they're capable of.
If you're going to do an easier vault, make sure you do it well and stick the landing. And that's what Lauren Thomas did. Now the final gymnast could go for the Utes Crystal Issa. She is ranked 24th in the nation doing all around. Not doing all around, however, this evening.
Opens up with a ray. Shoot over handstand. Line change full. Immediate double layout. Very difficult connection.
Emily LeBlanc right before her, a 9.875. Alicia's, she's going to get heated. It was not a 9-9, close, and it was a season high for LeBlanc. So another good rotation for the Utah Utes. We are halfway through the competition. Utah will be going to the balance beam. The Huskies will be going to floor for their next rotation.
Into a pandemic, the team wasn't able to train together fully until December for a January.
And now they have a lot of youngsters on that squad. Some of the seniors had some advice for their former teammates out after that shortened season last year.
Some advice I would give my teammates moving forward next year would be to cherish every moment and embrace every opportunity that they have on the competition floor.
Remember that you are a strong, beautiful, and brave woman, and you can get through any challenge that this crazy sport throws your way.
Embrace absolutely everything the sport of gymnastics offers. And I know that's hard sometimes, but it's really worth it.
2020 and 2021 have taught us anything, it's to appreciate being out on the floor and doing the sport of gymnastics or any sport that you love. We talked about the young team. They have got 15 spots filled by freshmen to the Washington Huskies. They will be heading to the floor exercise. Utah will be heading to the balance beam.
Colorado.
One, they may be able to take a little bit of a breath.
gymnastics split quarter. Handspring layup, step out. Fortunately, it wasn't square on the beam and does end up falling off.
And that right there really is the only way the Huskies can get back into this competition at all, is if Utah really falls apart on this event in particular, and right off the bat, a big mistake.
Front aerial to split jump. Just to put it in perspective, Utah leads by just over a point and a half. That's equivalent to 3 falls. So there's 6 athletes at 5 scores count. Utah's going to have a lot of falls to lessen that lead for the Huskies to catch up, and they also need to be near perfect on the remaining 2 events. Finish your team strong.
Yeah, not thrilled with that routine. She struggled a little bit on beam last time out, just a 9.125 for her routine. So trying to figure this event out here early in the season.
Takes off crooked from the back handspring before the layup step out even begins, and it's hard to rectify that in the air.
And that's one of those events where you can't really fight much. You know, gravity's going to take control on the beam. You're off, you're off.
Floor, my favorite event. Things that the judges are looking for is the difficulty, how your routine is composed, your artistry, how well you dance and show it off, and yes, last but certainly not least, your landings.
Co-captain Allie Smith leads things off for the Huskies.
Opens up with a double tuck.
Allie's transfer from Eastern Michigan. Who's a member of the Mac Hall tournament team while she was there in 2019.
Handspring front 1.5 to double stack jump.
Huskies actually did improve on both of their first 2 events compared to the first meet out of the season. And that is really what head coach Ralph Russell wants out of this team, and they'd like to continue that trend here on the floor.
1.5 front layout. Good start for Washington.
Good start, they got to get clean. So far, so good.
Opened this routine up with a double tuck. Nicely controlled on that landing. For only starting to train together as a team in December and being able to get your floor endurance back for meet season, that says a lot about the amount of work they put in to get to this point, because that is not easy.
So a little early pressure here in this rotation for the Utes. Alexia Birch is following a fall from her teammate Emily LeBlanc, and the one thing you don't want to do in gymnastics is let mistakes become contagious. They're like dropping passes in football. One receiver does it, and all of a sudden they're all dropping passes before you know it. You got to stop the bleeding.
I can't do the layup, step out. Solid on that landing. Flip jump again, well. Onto a nice front aerial connection.
on to drop. Meanwhile, over in floor, Allie Smith, a 9.725. Very solid starting score for her. Now, Katie McNamara mounts the floor.
With a nice switch half ring, showcasing her flexibility. Punch front 1.5 to straddle jump. Switch ring, switch half. And the NCAA has a rule. Now, their athletes start from a 9.4, where in years past they started from a 9.5, so they need 0.6 of bonus points to start from a 10.0. That can be made up on floor exercise between tumbling skills, bonus connections of acro skills with jumps, or leaps and turns that are high difficult values. Nice 1.5 front layout.
Katie put up a 9.45 last week on this event, trying to improve on that, and I have a feeling this routine will do that.
Great form on that 1.5 to front layout, making sure she stays in bounds.
Again, just hitting routines for the Huskies. Just get out there, get that consistency going, and then work on the details as you go through the season. Has got to be the goal. Adrian Randall, the junior from Corona, California, number 27 in the nation on this event. And she follows Alexia Birch's very impressive 9.9.
Step up for her acro series. Beat jump to sheep jump.
I want to jinx Adrian, but she is 44 for 44 in hit routines in her collegiate career. And I put math, I think that's 100%.
Forward twisting swing down. I tried this for a day. Did not end well, John. Did not end well.
Did not put that in the routine.
No, didn't make the cut. Round up 1.5, and she sticks it. We have yet to see a 10 in our few weeks together back in gymnastics, but I think that could have been it.
Well, you know what, we've thought we were about to see a 10 a few times, and we have not been right most of that time. So we'll see. This was a pretty darn clean routine.
That was a very nice acro series. She was very dynamic and aggressive on all her skills. A full twisting swing down. I mean, we have that angle. The judge is not getting the same angle as us, John. We're like the weathermen of 10.0s.
Alicia jumps the gun. Our forecast was wrong again. Katie McNamara on floor 9.75. That was a high score for her early in her career. Now Gabby Wickman, she is new to the floor lineup. This is an event also that last week the Huskies only put up 5 athletes, and that is tough. You have no margin for error. So the fact that they have 6 in tonight's rotation is a step in the right direction, and this young lady's got a first chance on this event.
Front double full. A little bit loose on that landing. Nice switch side straddle full for her lead connection. So depending how tough the judges are being tonight, they may not give her that front double full all the way around. From the way her feet landed and where her hips are when her feet hit the ground, I I'd be interested to see what the start value is for this floor team. 1.5 front let out.
Adrian Randall on balance, getting a 9.875. So Alicia, the weatherman of 10.0s, we're off again.
And 13 with the birdie. Wasn't even close for that Beamer team score.
Three for three for the Huskies on floor exercise. This has got to be a big improvement so far for Ralph Rosso and his team. Really trying to just have their own success, something to build on.
That first tumbling pass, you can see her hips made it around, but her feet were facing the other way. So I don't think the judges are going to count that as a double full, because then she'll have 2 front 1.5s in her routine, and that will probably not work well composition-wise, so she may not hit her requirements.
Next up on balance being Crystal Lisa. She's done all around twice this season, not doing floor exercise tonight, however.
Cancer, step out, layup, step out, layup, step out. With room to spare at the end of the beam. Those free skill accuracies are very difficult. Straddle to straddle quarter. That can't from Gainer full off the side. Just that small movement of her feet when they hit the mat. Clean routine. That back handspring with the Gainer full. Opens it up, had a lot of airtime there.
And Coach Tom Farden talks about her very glowingly, calls her a character, says she's hilarious. Comedian of the Utah Utes team. You always got to have one, right?
No doubt. Gotta keep it light in the gym.
Absolutely. Skylar Pillow-Wilhelm will be the next gymnast to go on floor. Gabby Wickman, 9.7. May have gotten that credit for that front double twist, Alicia.
They may have given her credit and just maybe hit her with a deduction since it wasn't fully around.
Skylar's the first freshman at Washington to compete in the all-around since 2014, which tells you how important this freshman class is to the Huskies.
Opening up with a double tuck, a lot of juice. Almost steps out of bounds there. Front double full. Soft on that landing. Gets it around. Nice switch ring to switch half. Right on the 1.5 front leg. Washington is finding their flow tonight on the floor. I love that. It's definitely paying off the work they've been putting into the gym. The double tuck. She knew exactly where that line was and got so close, but kept that foot in bounds.
Eyes in the back of her foot. After that slow start for the Huskies on bars. They have been pretty consistent through vault and floor exercise. And as a coach of a team you're trying to grow, it is a positive sign. Now, the leader after 2 rotations in the all-around, Miley O'Keefe. You can see she's in the top 10 in the all-around rankings in the country, and she's also number 5 in the nation on this event. She has yet to score lower than a 9.9 on the balance beam.
I love the way she mounts onto the beam. I think it's just very graceful, but it also scares me that I would fall back onto the springboard if I was doing that myself. Aerial back there, step out.
Miley's a former USA national team member, actually competed in the American Cup, which is the most prestigious international competition on American soil, where she won the bronze medal there in 2018.
Coach Tom Farnham described his sophomores as serious as a heart attack. It's hard to get them to lighten up in the gym because they are so focused and take everything they're doing so seriously. Half jump aerial, forward twist, and she sticks it.
And she took that very seriously. I do believe we're going to get another 9-9 in a row. And early in this season for Miley O'Keefe, that was impressive. She follows Crystal East's 9.85.
Well, I did take a break from watching gymnastics and went outside and walked. Now I've got 5K steps today.
Showing off that she stuck that landing.
I burned like 83 calories today just by walking.
Somebody's excited. I need to see it with my own eyes. There it is. Miley O'Keefe gets the 10. I don't think you actually called it.
10s are rare in gymnastics.
Awful, I've been calling it the last couple turns.
One time that you don't call it, there it is. Well deserved. 10.0 for Miley O'Keefe. She will obviously still have the lead in the all-around as well. And that 5th ranking in the nation on balance beam is also probably going to go up after this weekend. Impressive. Now Janita Thompson mounts the floor exercise. Skylar Gillow-Wilhelm put up a 9.6 for her floor team.
Middle double dip. Really high double tuck. A little unsure of herself on that landing. Nice sweet connection. Her teammates copying her choreography on the sidelines, cheering her on. Front layup, front full. Unfortunately, Falls just didn't get enough balance on that second skill.
The first big break for the Huskies on floor. They can drop a score, remember, and this will definitely be the one that they want to drop. Mara Cunningham is still yet to go. She is in the anchor spot for the Huskies.
One time the pass left for Geneva. Front 1.5. Finishing the routine strong after that mistake in the middle pass. You can tell she's disappointed, but I think she struggled in warm-up too when I was watching them get ready for floor. And it's just something you gotta make that adjustment.
If they can finish floor exercise strong, this is still going to be a huge improvement for them over week 1 when they only were able to put up 5 athletes. Now back over at Battlefield, we talked about those tenacious sophomores. This is another one of those. Abby Paulson outstanding in this event. Miley O'Keefe O'Keefe's 10.0. That was the second 10.0 of the collegiate season. Alicia, you misspoke earlier because we saw the first one. Kaya Johnson from LSU in the first week got one on floor exercise. So Riley O'Keefe gets hers in the second one early this year.
Beautiful acro series in aerial to back layout step out. Split jump, hitting that 180 degrees.
So I have to give a shout out to my fellow Minnesotan here, Andrew Paulson. We were actually teammates at Twin City Twisters Gymnastics Club. We were teammates just about 3 decades apart, however. We both went to the same club in Minnesota.
The pressure is on the gymnast now.
Now what do you do? Now give me a throw back to that 10. I mean, that looked pretty darn good to me.
Well, they're getting 10, 10, 10.
Of course they are. Maybe the Utes need to have a fall in their first gymnast up on Dave every night because after that, they were perfect.
Nice dismount. I mean, she nailed that. I'm not going to jinx it, so I'm just not going to say anything.
You don't say it, but we've talked about a 10-0 being thrown before, and it's kind of an emotional decision by the judges, and you feel it, and you throw it, and now what do you do, though? Because that routine was every bit as good as Riley O'Keefe's, I feel like.
Definitely, it puts them in a tough position. That's why they don't throw it so easily all the time, because if a routine comes up that's equally as good, they're going to have to throw it again. But then they look like they're going to be easy getting 2 back-to-back 10s.
We shall see Geneva Thompson in 8.75 on floor. Now the last gymnast up for the Huskies, Amara Cunningham. She's the number 23rd ranked gymnast in the country on this event.
It's making me feel like it's Saturday night, John.
The Saturday night dance party.
First time I pass front tuck step out to double tuck.
Gabby Paulson's beam scores in 9.95 for her. It does not get the 10.
Beautiful switch half connection. Double body second pass.
Strong finish for Washington on floor. One mistake, but a definite positive improvement week to week. And they seem to know it.
They're definitely happy with that, and I'm happy for them because I know it was tough getting over bars and still having so much competition left in front of you.
3 events done for both of these teams. Utah puts a clinic on the balance beam. Huskies will get their chance on that event.
Then switching over to NCAA gymnastics.
I think the biggest adjustment switching from elite to NCAA is the whole team aspect. You don't really have a team when you're doing elite unless you're at an international assignment with Team USA. That's definitely the biggest difference, but I think it's also the best difference.
Now, some quick would you rather questions. Would you rather live without Instagram or TikTok?
Instagram.
You would get rid of the gram?
I would do Instagram.
All right, okay. All right, my favorite question. Would you rather have to wear your leotard to physical class every time or wear your leotard on every day you go on?
Oh. Oh no. I think probably to every date I go on.
I think I would do the same, because at least you know the person. And not almost every student in class, you're already in your leotard, like,
Yeah.
awesome. Thank you so much for taking time. I wish you the best of luck this season. I will be looking out for you and hoping for the best for your team. Thanks, Alicia.
I think you fix that right on cue, and that is unfortunate. It was Utah a fall first girl up, and they were perfect the rest of the way. Now the medal of the Huskies will be tested.
Cat jump to switch out to beat jump. Nice solid side aerial. Aerial. And she sticks it. Although she had that fall early on, she didn't give anything else away to the judges. Hips opened up on that back handspring, causing her to get deviated off the straight on the beam and falls on that layout step. But it's unfortunate, but I'm glad she finished that routine strong the way she did.
They did have to count 2 broken routines in week 1, so they hopefully can get the rest of the way and drop that score and improve on last week's performance. Now, Abby Paulson, she anchored the beam rotation. Now she'll lead things off here on the floor.
Volunteer assistant coach Courtney McCool-Griffith in the background. She is the choreographer. She's done a fantastic job with these floor routines.
Not too many collegiate programs have an Olympic silver medalist as their volunteer coach on their staff. She's obviously married to Garrett Griffith, the assistant coach, but they're quite a tandem to have on their coaching staff for sure.
Beautiful back 2.5 for her second pass. You see Courtney in the corner with the black shirt and white pants.
Just gave birth to their second child, actually, back in November, Blakely. Congratulations to the Griffiths. Abby Paulson comes from Abby comes from a line of great athletes. Her dad, Brandon, was a teammate of mine, actually, in the '96 Olympic team, just a different sport. Greco-Roman wrestling, he won a silver medal at those games. Another great routine from Paulson.
So it's safe to say her family's athletic.
Natalia Brogdani mounts the balance with Katie McNamara, just a 9.125 rather. They will want to drop that score, and the rest of these athletes, they need to stay on.
Right aerial. Handspring. Difficult leaps here to do because when you do a switch ring, you actually have to just stick your head back and lose sight of the balance beam.
And that's exactly what you want from your junior in that situation. After a fall, get up, hit, get the ship straightened out. This is Adrian Randall.
too early does step forward. So when you were doing a back tumbling pass and you step forward like that, that shows the judges that you under-rotated. So that would be a technical deduction for not getting it all the way around. Did have that little bit of a short landing the first pass, but finished the routine very strong.
Competed floor for the first time last week, put up a 9.825 against Arizona.
Beautiful double pike.
All right, talk about mounts that terrify me, Alicia. That one, I'm not sure how you get the courage up to do that the first time.
Nothing's scarier to me than beam mounts. I've fallen on a few beam mounts, and that one would terrify me as well, John.
Adrian Randall on floor 9.8 for her routine.
Split three-quarter. Making up for what happened on floor, coming back and finishing being strong.
Floor exercise. Lucy Scandal has had a solid night.
First tumbling pass. A full twisting double back.
That's Pink Panther music, I think. Da 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 da.
Second pass. A huge double tuck. Nice switch side connection over jumps. Last tumbling pass for Lucy. Back one half to front layout. Finishing off her meet with a rock solid floor routine.
Courtney McCool-Griffith seems to be giving her seal of approval. Lauren Thompson will be the next Thompson put up a 9.6 right before her. So some positivity for the Huskies. Scores building, still wanting to drop that 9.125 they led off with, though. If they can keep building these scores from 9-6 up, they will have a definite improvement from week 1 of the season high on this event. Lucy Stanhope scored 9.825 for her floor team.
Step out. Balance check there on the landing. Switch leg. Traffic order. The dismount down to 4.5. Small step on that landing. Stay
I gotta say,
on that check.
Yeah, obviously the Huskies are not in range of the Utah Utes, but man, I gotta give them credit. They are fighting every beam. Their enthusiasm is not waned. Now Jaden Rucker. She follows Lucy Stanhope's 9.825, as I mentioned.
Opens up with a full in. Steps it forward. A little bit under rotated, but she had a lot of height. Switch half, split full, roll full. Front layout, front full. Nicely composed routine with difficult tumbling, difficult leaps. Not the best landing she was looking for in her first tumbling pass, but it shouldn't be too big of a deduction.
There's 2 more to go on balance beam as well. Lauren Thomas, a 9.65 on beam, and this is Lauren Bowles.
Aerial back handspring.
Oh, a fall on the
Just
beam.
stay on. Just couldn't stay on the beam, unfortunately.
And that is a tough break. You would have loved to have seen them put together 5 in a row to finish this meet. Jade Rucker, of course, has 9.85.
Beat jump, roll full.
Still important that she hits the rest of the way clean. As we mentioned, a 9.125 from Katie McNamara in the leadoff spot. You can still outscore that and improve your team score. So all these skills, they matter.
Aerial back full. And she sticks with dismount landing. You can tell she's disappointed. Not what she wanted to have that fall. But finish the routine.
If she gets
9125 for Morgan.
Her last tumbling pass. Back 1.5 front layout. It won't be a 10, but it was a very good routine.
Are you sure?
Yet.
Hoping to. For 9.825, that does push the all around. She's a great competition player today.
And back in the half. Trying to cover up that step backward she needed to take. For a freshman to come up and clench that last anchor spot and finish this beam rotation strong for the Huskies, that was a really good beam routine for them.
So we have one more gymnast to go here on the floor exercise. It's Sydney Solowski. She put up a 9.925 last week on the event. Trying to put an exclamation point on this meet for the Utes.
Opens up with a big double layup. Beautiful switch half split full. So you get into the same nice front layup, front full.
Sydney was a 4-year member of the Canadian national team.
And knowing how to show off a stuck landing. Doesn't get much better than that.
Next, Dog Tales Family Edition, True Crime Network. That was Animal Rescue Heroes.
Dog Tales, coming up next on True Crime Network.
WFAA 8.3 Dallas, Texas.
America's premier dog lovers magazine show. All the latest news from the dog world. Right now on this edition of Cocktail, Family Edition.
I love my dog. Love my dog.
Meet the Schneiderman family from West Hills, California. The proud owners
This
of
is EI,
Schneiderman,
educational
a
and
lovable
informative.
retriever.
And we named him Pepper because we got him at Pepperdine. He's a very sweet and loving dog.
We stopped at Subway, and in between our car and Subway was an adoption center. And it was across the street from Pepperdine, that's why we named him Pepperdine. And although we call him Peppercini, Pepperazzi, Pepperdoodle, we call him a lot of things.
We knew that he was a rescue because of his coach and he was malnourished. And we knew that through love and affection and giving him the right diet and giving him attention, it would bring him back to normal. And it did, and it worked.
He was found on the streets in downtown LA, And they said that they take dogs that need a lot of land and they bring them to Malibu because they know the kind of families that these animals will get. And Jaden and Mark's daughter Ashley fell in love with Pepper, and we were at Subway and they would not let us eat our sandwich in peace until we agreed to bring Pepper home with us.
As you can see, Pepper's a beautiful dog now, and he's got a great personality, and he loves kids.
He's just a fun, loving, happy dog.
When we come down, he's just so excited to see us. He doesn't jump, which is great, but that tail is wagging like crazy.
He just wants to be part of everything. We play a board game. He wants to sit in the living with us and be there as part of the game. He just wants to be included and wants attention all the time.
Oh, you got it.
When we get home, he's always so happy to play with us. It's immediate gratification. And the great thing about it is that it's never a dull moment with Pepper. We're always jumping around with him. We're always playing, and he's always in the mood to cuddle around with us.
Sometimes I chase around with him, but other times I'm too busy doing homework, which I really think is great, but I'd rather be spending time with my dog.
This is the 4th lab that I've owned. And I love black labs, any type of lab. I just think they're great around children, and they're just a beautiful dog. He's very well mannered around other animals as we walk, and he doesn't fight. He's just a really cool dog. We just love having him around.
Pepper is a troublemaker a little bit. He chewed up my straw hat one time, but I forgave him.
My son likes to lift up his paws and dance with him. Sometimes he likes to play wheelbarrow with him and lift up his hind legs, much to our dismay. Wheelbarrow.
He's got a lot of chutzpah to go after things and try new things. And he's got a very good outgoing personality. And it makes us smile while we're working in the yard, because he's almost got his own little attention thing going on with himself. So he amuses us, which is great, and it brings us happiness.
I took a trip with him to Arizona. Drove back from Arizona, straight through. We get out of the car after 8 hours of driving. He doesn't want to get out of the car. He still wants to stay in the car. And I left the doors open, and I unpacked the car, and I did everything I needed to do, and Pepper still wanted to stay in the car. I had to coax him out.
He'll just stay by our side and just want to be part of the family.
He's a man's best friend, which is true because he's my best friend.
He is definitely part of the family. He's my second son.
Our thanks to the Snyderman family for inviting us to their home and sharing their dog tales.
Love my dog, love my dog, love my dog, love my dog.
Next up, our Spotlight Freeze, and much more on Dog Tales, Family Edition.
If you, like many people, are covered by both Medicare and your state's Medicaid, here's something important to know. Now you could get covered. Credit.
And my refrigerator is packed.
Is metabolic efficiency.
What would happen right away?
I'm Donald Joe with a pedigree.
I have a pug. Her name is Pearl. A pug is a short, stout little dog. They're short in stature, and they can be more of a stout breed in general. They range from very small to very large, but usually they're about medium size, about 15 pounds. I want to adopt my dog. Pearl from a family who can no longer keep her. She was a year old when I got her, and I wanted to introduce her to my house. I have 2 other ones, and so I wanted a third, so I got her, and she was available. Pugs are enjoyable. You can get a whole range of personalities from pugs. You can get very active pugs that they're hyperactive, they're running all over the place, down to your couch potato pug. And they're great all-around good dogs that are good with families. Pugs are not good protected dogs. They're more your lap dog, your couch potato dog, your high energy dog. As far as protection, they're not a protected dog. I mean, they'll bark at strangers and stuff like that outside the fence, but if somebody tried to get into your yard, I think that they would lick them to death. They're good personalities, great to be around, fun. So you can get a pug that's great and runs all over the place, or you can have a couch potato pug. So it just depends on the personality of the dog. It's a bigger range of personality than most other breeds of dogs. I'm very attached to my dogs. You know, my dog Pearl, she's a wonderful little dog. She's great. I was really happy to be able to get her. I got her a couple years ago, so she's a wonderful dog. Pugs are good with kids. They can be, depending on the personality of the dog, they can either be hyperactive, which can make some children jumping up on them, but usually they're very good with kids. Pearl likes to ride on horseback. I was leaving one day, I ride horses, and I was leaving on my horse one day, and she was at the fence, so I went back and decided I would try to put her on the horse to see how she liked it, so I put her in my saddlebags and put her on top of the horse, and she rode the entire ride with me. She was on the horse for an hour, and when she came back, she loved it. She'll also ride on motorcycles as well. She likes to ride inside a papoose on my chest. She'll ride on the back of a motorcycle. My husband rides motorcycles, and so she'll ride in that little papoose on my chest. She just likes to be with you. So she'll go anywhere with you. Pugs, in general, need special care. Unfortunately, because of their small little faces, they've been compacted, their noses are so squished, they're a little bit more susceptible to heat. And they have a little wrinkle that moves over their nose that you have to clean out, because if you don't, they get a boggy smell. Since their eyes protrude a little bit more, they have more of a chance of getting corneal ulcers or eye injuries. And pugs in general tend to become overweight because most of them are couch potatoes, so they just kind of lay around, so they can tend to be a little overweight. If you were going to get a pug, research it. And if you're going to get a pug, make sure you're getting the personality of the pug that you want to get. If you want a hyperactive pug, you go for one of those. If you want one that's a couch potato, get a couch potato, but make sure you know what you're getting. They're good with strangers, they're good with friends, they're good with company, they're very personable. So if you have somebody come to the house, they're right on them, they're asking for love or looking for pets, or they're really, really good dogs for that. Pugs do shed, but they don't need the continuous combing such as the long-haired dogs like your Cocker Spaniels or your Aussie Shepherds or anything like that. But they do shed, so they do need somebody to come through occasionally and take the hair off them with a slicker comb. But other than that, then their nails.
Thanks for using locast.org, the nonprofit that makes local, over-the-air broadcast available to everyone. Just $5 each month covers the cost of delivering your local broadcast channels. Please help Locast by becoming a member today.
Being done and their wrinkle being cleaned out, they're pretty low maintenance dogs other than that. Pugs live anywhere from 12
12, 13 years. Depending on the dog and how healthy they are, they can live longer or they can live less, but about 12 years. I just love pugs in general because of their personality. It's nice to be able to go out in the yard and chase after one of them and be able to sit and lounge on the couch with another one. But they're just a good overall dog, very lovable, always want to be with you. As far as going outside and running down the block with your dog, yeah, pugs are not the best thing. But if you're looking for a dog that just lays around,
Dog training, health, nutrition, behavior, and grooming. Now this Dog Tales, it's on Dabble Network too, D-A-B-L
Pearl's part of my family.
Network.
I don't know what I'd do without her.
Breed, pug, region of origin, possibly Asia. Temperament, even-tempered. Additional comments, loving disposition, tendency to overeat. That's why they're overweight, because they're couch potatoes and they overeat. And additional comments, adaptable to different situations. I love the song they play. Everybody loves me.
Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Fine. Take the first. Happens every.
For the inmates, just in need of a good brushing up. Skill that they can utilize. It's actually been an exhibit.
The Daily Grind has you covered. The Daily Grind, an all-new podcast from Vault Studios.
Family edition.
The program has actually been in existence for, I believe, 11 years, and we've been here at Finch's Detention Center going on 6 years now, and I've been with the program for 5 years. For the inmates, hopefully we're training them, giving them a skill that they can utilize on the outside, and they can go out, they can leave here and they can get a job working at a grooming facility in a starting level as a bather, a brusher, and then work their way up, kind of an apprenticeship into becoming full-fledged groomers. Okay, today we have from the animal shelter, I brought 6 dogs. And they're here for grooming, and we have some that need to be shaved and some that are just in need of a good brushing and a bath. And then in here we've got a Cocker Spaniel, a little male. There's a mess. It's very stinky. He has knots and he's in terrible shape right now. So what we're going to do with him is we're going to go ahead and shave him completely down, give him a fresh start, and he'll be nice and cool for the summertime anyhow. The animals that we get, and we get a variety of animals. They come from the Castaic Animal Shelter, which is located close to the jail facility here. And I go over to the shelter twice a week, and we'll pick out the animals through the help of the animal health technician or the volunteers if they have something specific that they want or is in need of grooming, like the Cocker Spaniel who's in bad shape. We're just going to give these 2 a bath. I'm going to check for fleas and ticks since it's that time of the year. And they can go together because they're housed together at the shelter. Here you go. And she's losing a ton of fur. This is their shave. And he is in bad shape. He's a very stinky boy. But he seems really sweet. Oh yeah, he's much worse. You'll definitely want to wear gloves with him. There you go. I'm going to have you go ahead and get started on this one here. This is a Golden Retriever mix. The bands that they have around their necks are their identification for the animal shelter. So it has a number, and that way they can be pulled up in the computer and it gives the information on the dogs. So if those come off, which they do on occasion, you need to let me know so I can replace them. Okay? Hi, Bruno. Well, at least you're not barking anymore, huh? Very scary. Let me see your little eye. And she's got a little cherry eye, so what we'll do is we'll let the animal health technician know at the animal shelter when we get back, so she can make a medical note of that. Because that can be fixed if she gets placed. And this is the ideal size for placement. Most people want small dogs or medium to small dogs. They don't want the big dogs. So if we get her cleaned up, she'll have a really good chance of getting a home, especially since she's still pretty young. Okay. Your dog here is in pretty good shape. I'll get you a mat split for the tail. The tail's pretty thick. The toenails are long, but the quicks, careful. The quicks are long too, so we might not be able to take a whole lot off on it. Okay. And the ears are in pretty good shape, but you're still gonna wipe them out. You always want to wipe them out. Start up here, shave the whole body. There is no tail, but there's a nub, so you want to shave that. Go down on the legs, and then we'll get to the head, and you're going to shave away from the eyes. And then we're going to shave these ears too. Look at she's starting to come alive. When she was in the truck, she was barking. She was growling in the truck, weren't you? Now she's giving kisses. Okay. Go ahead and start with your green slicker brush. I'm not sure what this is on her head, so you may not. I wouldn't worry about brushing that out so much as getting the rest of her body, because we'll probably just shampoo that out. Good girl.
I like it a lot. Keeps me happy. Keeps me away from all the chaos that goes on in there. You know? I don't like being in jail. So this gets me out every day. Gets me out here. Gets me with the animals and stuff like that. I'd rather spend my time with these animals than those guys in there, you know. I got 2 pit bulls. I miss them. They're like my kids too. So hopefully when I get out, I'll be able to get a job out there working with dogs or something like that. Sit out there doing crime. I see them all the time running around and stuff like that on the streets and stuff. And I never thought about it until I came in here and then I see, you know, like the hardships of these animals. Pretty bad, some of them.
We're going to start, we're going to get her wet. You want to make sure that you really work the water into her body since she has some natural repellent anyhow against the water. So we're going to get her wet up here, and you want to make sure that when you get her head wet, you want to hold these ears off. We don't want to get any water in her ears. That can cause her to get an ear infection. They get their hands on these animals and they're petting them, and it just shows a lot of compassion that these guys actually have. And I think being in a jail facility, we kind of stereotype it and think that they're tough guys and they're cold-hearted and that kind of thing. But when they're actually here and hugging on these animals, it's really nice to see that they have some compassion. It really humanizes them too. You know, a jail situation isn't a happy place. There's a lot of conflicts. You've got just a lot of different things that can cause problems in the jail facility. And we take these men, and we put them together, we make them work together, and I make them do teamwork. So they're learning teamwork, they're learning a skill. So it's real good to see them. You see personality changes in them also. And it's nice.
Don't go away. We'll be right back.
I switched.
Person pet a dog at a time. It's overwhelming for most dogs to be surrounded by a group of people he doesn't know. If a dog doesn't approach you and show interest in your outstretched fist, he may not want to be petted. Remember, a wagging tail doesn't always mean the dog is friendly or happy. It actually means the dog is excited, and sometimes that excitement can lead to a bite. Never leave toddlers and young children unattended with any dog, even your own. Toddlers are at particular risk for dog bites because they are on the dog's level, and they tend to make direct eye contact, act different from most people, and are great. Don't approach a growling or snarling dog. Instead, Try to back away without making eye contact. Don't try to physically break up a fight between your dog and another dog. You're more likely to get bitten yourself than to stop the attack. And never hit or hurt your dog. This will only make the dog more likely to bite. If a dog is chasing you, make like a tree. That is, don't run. Stand perfectly still. If a dog does start to attack you, turn into a turtle. Roll up in a ball with your face on the ground and your hands on the back of your neck. If you've been bitten by a dog and there's any bleeding, you should seek medical attention and make sure that the dog is up to date on its rabies vaccinations. And finally, if your dog bites people or you're worried that he might, seek professional help from a behaviorist or trainer experienced.
Thanks for using locast.org, the nonprofit that makes local, over-the-air broadcast available to everyone. Just $5 each month covers the cost of delivering your local broadcast channels. Please help Locast by becoming a member today.
In biting dogs.
It's doing very, very well. First step is acclimating to the new bedroom, getting it used to the new sounds, the sounds of people, public, the new smells. Mom and baby are doing fantastic out in the cave. Right now, the baby's doing a lot of sleeping. Because it's a critically endangered animal, every birth is very, very important to us. We want to end extinction here at the zoo. We're doing everything that we can to do that.
Thanks for joining us. See you next time on Wild Stories at the San Diego Zoo.
At Go-To Bank, we're for the go-to people in life. That's why
Following program contains actual video of real animal emergencies and is suitable for family.
So like this animal
Coming next, a
rescue
large-footed seal is found
is
near
on
Jacksonville.
Dabble, but
And
it's
rescuers
also
say
on
this animal before
True
it's too
Crime
late.
Justice Network.
It's a race against time. This is Animal Rescue.
With Alex Payne. It's rated EI, meaning educational and informative.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Alex Payne. Be prepared to witness extraordinary efforts of dedicated individuals helping animals in trouble. Let's begin our show with this amazing animal rescue true story.
Sixth seal. A huge adult hooded seal is found listless.
This is what coastal residents in Duxbury, Mass. Thanks for joining us. I'm Alex Payne. Be prepared to witness extraordinary efforts of dedicated individuals helping animals in trouble. Let's begin our show with this amazing animal rescue true story.
Sixth seal. A huge adult hooded seal is found listless and obviously sick. Duxbury,
Residents in
Massachusetts.
Duxbury, Massachusetts saw on a recent cold winter morning. No one knows exactly how this large creature ended up here. He's extremely lethargic and far from open water. Several rescue groups have rushed to the scene, but will they be able to save this animal's life?
He was very thin and missing most of his hair. Almost 90% of the hair on his body was gone. We observed him for 24 hours and we made the decision to collect him. This particular seal is an adult male hooded seal, and they do frequent these waters in New England, mostly in the wintertime, as their habitat is quite cold. They're what we call Arctic and subarctic animals.
But will they be able to save this animal's life?
March 17 from March 17.
Missing most of his hair, almost 90% of the hair on his body was gone. We observed him for 24 hours and we made the decision to collect him. This particular seal is an adult male hooded seal, and
hooded seals get their name because of the male's large elastic nasal cavity.
they do frequent these waters in New England, mostly in the wintertime, as their habitat is quite cold. They're what we call Arctic and subarctic animals. And this being an adult, it's fairly rare for us to see the adults down around this area. We elicited the help from the Animal Rescue League and the Cape Cod Training Network, and it took the 3
Hooded
organizations
seals
to
have
collect
been
it.
reported
And
to
what we did was
live
we
for
surrounded
as
him
long
in
as
the-
32
in the blocking
years.
boards. We made a circle and then allowed the only exit from that circle to be through a large transport kennel. And we were able to herd him quite easily into the transport kennel. And then we had to carry him off the marsh, which took quite a bit of effort, and pick him up and load him into the back of the streaming vehicle. And then he was transported back here to New England Aquarium, where we did a full physical exam on him, collected blood, and analyzed the fecal exam. And based on all of those diagnostics, we realized that he had a very heavy parasite burden and was also fighting a bacterial infection.
When we first got this case, we really didn't know what to expect, especially since it was an older animal. Sometimes with older animals, they may have cancer, or you might have had
11.3 death.
an injury from a previous fight that was
And
not
Dabo
healing,
is not
some type of
DABLE, it's
systemic infection.
DABL.
And so we were concerned from a lot of different aspects when he first arrived, and he wasn't, he didn't start eating real well for about a week to 2 weeks. After we got him started eating, we found that he did have a bacterial infection, and we treated him with antibiotics. We also found that he was infected pretty heavily with worms that they get out in the environment, so we treated him for that as well. He responded really positively to the treatments, and based on that and his increased appetite, he gained weight pretty rapidly. And from when he first came in, he weighed about 300 pounds, and now he's over 680 pounds. So on today's physical exam, he looked great. There were really no concerns that we had with him. His blood work has come back excellent within all the normal parameters for this species that we currently know.
He gets 7 pounds a meal, and he gets 4 meals a day. So 28 pounds of herring a day. I think they tried a few different kinds of fish when he first got here, and this is what he likes the best.
After several months of medical care and a good healthy diet, this hooded seal, now nicknamed Arthur by the New England Aquarium staff, is on the road to recovery. But is he healthy enough to be released? And if so, would he survive back in the open ocean?
Once he started to recover and we were able to get some proper nutrition and vitamins into him, along with the medications, he started to really gain weight. And, he is a fairly aggressive animal, so we deliver his diet from behind a protective barrier. We really want to keep that wild side to him. We don't want him to get accustomed to people, so we're very careful about how we interact with him, and we don't talk with him and that sort of thing.
You might recall Arthur was basically bald when he was found stranded. But since then, he has slowly grown back most of his hair. Another sign he's getting better. Now it's determined Arthur is ready to return home to the waters of the North Atlantic. But moving him won't be easy, and there are many risks in transporting this large animal.
Well, this particular animal is unique. In the years that I've been here with him on the aquarium, about 11 years now, we have never rehabilitated an adult male hooded seal, and poses a lot of complications and challenges for us, namely due to his size. They can also be very aggressive animals, and nearly 700-pound animal, when threatened, will defend itself, and that poses some challenges with us. So we do use what we call crowder boards or herding boards to protect the staff when we're trying to work with the animal. And some of the things that we need to do with him is just health exams, really, namely. So we do need to corral the animal into his kennel so that we can then take a blood sample and do a physical exam. And that usually requires around 15 people or so with an animal of this size, and just to make sure that there's safety is the first priority.
The staff is excited about sending Arthur back into the wild, since that has always been the ultimate goal. And to follow Arthur's movements, a special satellite tag will be attached to his back.
In order to do that, we have to use an epoxy. It's a two-part epoxy, and you mix it and it hardens very quickly, so you're under time constraints to get it on the tag and on the animal. And this was a little tricky because it was a big animal and it was, starting to wake up from its anesthesia. So we had to do it quickly and just be real careful about how it was placed.
Arthur is not the first rehabilitated hooded seal to be tagged by the New England Aquarium. About 10 years ago, a female hooded seal, nicknamed Stephanie, was also monitored with a tag. Staff members were able to track that seal for 9 months. Now they will be anxious to compare the information they received from Stephanie with Arthur's movements out at sea. The satellite tag will hopefully remain intact until Arthur molts or sheds his hair in several months, when the electronic device will then fall off. While still sedated, you can easily see how Arthur's breathing inflates his forehead, resembling a large black rubber ball, hence the name hooded seal. It's a sign of dominance and is also useful in courting the opposite sex. This hood is not found in females or immature males.
His eyes open, he's watching the door go quickly.
Our amazing story continues right after this brief break.
Nearly 110 million people were victims of such.
We now continue with our amazing animal rescue story. Arthur has made tremendous progress during his rehabilitation. Now, after being loaded into a transport kennel and driven to a nearby beach, staff members from the New England Aquarium are excited that their extraordinary rescue mission is almost complete.
Well, I guess release day is always my favorite days, regardless of what the species is.
Push.
For an animal this size, it's always a little bit more rewarding because they do pose such a challenge in the rehabilitation process.
One. And which side is the open? They're both full. Just take them out. Down.
It's really just a lot more work and logistics and making sure we have enough people to corral him for blood drawing and health assessments and that sort of thing. So, it's always extra work when you have an animal this size, so it's almost extra rewarding to release it back into the wild.
Yeah, he looks great. He's wide awake, and he was testing the crate while we were driving down. They could shake the whole truck. So he's ready to go.
Arthur seems a bit reluctant at first to venture out. He takes his sweet time and looks around. Obviously, he hasn't seen ocean waters in several months, but it's believed the sights and sounds are still very familiar to him. Slowly, he makes his way down the beach. Very slowly.
Standing behind him really was the first time I noticed his true mass. As he was sort of itching way down the beach. He just really is the first time I absorbed how big he is.
It's been a long road to recovery for Arthur, from being stranded to being rescued and rehabilitated, and now finally being released. It's a new lease on life for this animal, thanks to all the caring people at the New England Aquarium. A job well done by dedicated and compassionate individuals who helped save the life of a sick seal.
Went really well, very smoothly. It took him a little while to sort of adjust and take in the environment. Made his way out pretty slowly, but I'm really happy with the way everything went. Tags stayed on nicely, and here's our end result. He's back into the wild. You have to take 10 years of being at the aquarium and doing this fairly frequently, it's still, it's a new event every time. You still get that same feeling of accomplishment. And we did a good job. The animal would have died otherwise had we not intervened. And we learned a lot about.
This gives a description of the episode. A large wayward seal on the Massachusetts
We'll
coast
actually be continuing
and
to learn
snake
for
bites.
weeks and hopefully months to come.
Visit our website, animalrescuetv.com, to learn more about other rescue groups. Don't go away, we'll be right back.
Important coronavirus alert, announcing MedProtect One telehealth with fast access to doctors 24/7. Video or speak with a licensed doctor in your state by landline, mobile, computer, or tablet. Feeling sick? Running a fever? Get immediately diagnosed with prescriptions sent to your pharmacy. The CDC supports telehealth to help prevent the spread of COVID-19. Up to 75% of doctor, urgent care, and ER visits can be managed by telehealth, according to the AMA. Get protected. No insurance needed. Everyone accepted. Call now.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If your loved one has...
That's why
Wow, these things. Man, it's soft. Machine washing it.
With this animal rescue safety tip.
Wilderness areas pose hidden dangers to your pet, especially snake bites. Avoid bites by keeping your pet on a leash and by your side while in the woods and staying on trails in wilderness areas. But if your pet gets bitten, don't panic. Put on gloves and wash the wound with mild soap and water, and immediately transport him to the nearest animal hospital. Even bites from non-poisonous snakes should be checked out by a veterinarian for allergic reactions or infections. Animal Rescue returns right after this brief break.
What?
Device secure.
Time now to honor this episode's Animal Rescue heroes.
Because they care. Because they care.
By reaching out and bringing comfort to creatures everywhere. Because they care. Because they care. Because they care. Many more are living strong because they care. To one family we belong because they care. Because they care.
Time now to check our Animal Rescue mailbag.
Animal Rescue mailbag.
Gabby from Buena Park, California writes,
I found a cat that was so hurt its eyes were closed. It had scratches everywhere. When he heard my footsteps coming to help, he ran away. I was able to rescue him and take him to a hospital. Now he is okay. Gabby from Buena Park, California.
Found a cat that was so hurt its eyes were closed. It had scratches everywhere. When he heard my footsteps coming to help, he ran away. I was able to rescue him and take him to a hospital. Now he is okay. Jill from Ann Arbor, Michigan tells us, he's got this view of the world that exhausts me. He's Rascal, a medium mix with lots of little dog presumption. I was afraid to take him home from the shelter because I knew one day he'd be old and gone. He's 9 years old now, and I'm feeding him Senior Child for Strong Joints. And Martha from Nashville, Tennessee writes, Prince is my 21-year-old cat rescued by my niece. Last year I suffered a severe attack on my neck. When I returned from the hospital, Prince jumped on the bed beside me and placed his paw on my neck. When I have an attack, he stays by my side. He is the most important person in my life.
And that's this edition of Animal Rescue. Thanks for watching. Join us next time as we showcase those caring individuals who help the various creatures in the animal kingdom. I'm Alex Payne.
Zoo. Crown cranes are fun to observe, especially the young ones. Crown cranes are found mostly in Japan, South Korea, northern Manchuria, and Siberia. While their lifespan is unknown, these birds could live as long as 25 years. Thanks for joining us. See you next time on Wild Times at the San Diego Zoo.
I love Maydan. I love what Maydan represents. With the product, you can tell that there's extreme craftsmanship.
You would think a pan is a pan until Maydan came along, and I went, wow, these things are something better.
The pots and pans that I'm using on an everyday basis are going to create wonderful products in my kitchen.
Those are the pans that we use at Olenia. We're going to have the best pans in the world at one of the best restaurants in the world.
Hi, my name's Erica. I'm one of the primary giraffe keepers here at the San Diego Zoo, and meet our new baby. Our new baby boy is doing very well here at the San Diego Zoo. He's nursing well, he's following his mother very well, and we're seeing that Nikki is very, very attentive. So all around, he passed his first exam, and he looks pretty healthy. Giraffes on average are 6 feet at birth. Our little boy measured in a little bit smaller than usual. He was actually 5'3" when he was born, so he does tend to be a little more on the petite side, and he weighed in at 117 pounds. So he actually followed the timeline quite well. He was able to stand up within the first hour of being born, and he was walking soon after and nursing about an hour after he stood. I'm sure the fall isn't too much fun, and it is quite a big drop down to the ground, but it does help to wake him up, gets him breathing, and it also snaps the umbilical cord, so it's definitely necessary for him to start his life. Depending on how long mom will actually let them nurse, they could nurse all the way up until a year, even a year and a half. They might start trying solid foods, depending on the calf within the first couple weeks, but usually over the first few months, we'll start to try more and more solid foods. So sometimes it will depend on the mom how much she wants to play a role in rearing the young calf. They've actually seen in the wild that sometimes mothers will take turns nursing one another's young, which is pretty cool. And they'll also form little nursery groups called creches, where they'll gather all the baby calves together where they can rest and play as a group. And maybe one mother will watch over those youngsters during the day while the other moms get to have a little break to themselves. So sometimes in some social situations, other moms will take over the role for looking after other little ones. So giraffe calves are born with ossicones. Ossicones are pretty unique. They are fur-covered horns, so they are protrusion from the skull, and they are covered with skin and hair. What's interesting about those ossicones is when the baby is first born, they're plastered flat on the top of their skull, and they are quite soft. So luckily that probably doesn't hurt mom as much as it would as if they were standing straight up. Over the first few days, you will start to see those ossicones harden up and stick up straight like you would see on a normal giraffe. You know why giraffes make good friends? They always stick their neck out for you.
So we're here in the Galapagos Tortoise Yard, and we're giving some fun food. We've got feast treats this month. We do pumpkins to a lot of different species, and the tortoises are one of the ones that get to have some fun food. Grandma here, the little one, was actually one of our originals that came here in 1928. So she's been here at the zoo for 87 years. She's one of the oldest residents here at the zoo. She's probably about 130 to 140 years old. So yeah, we brought out the pumpkins and we were giving them to Grandma, and the other guys saw it and got really curious because they love the bright colors. And they actually came and started taking it away from her, so they had a cool little battle between who got the pumpkin and not. So they're very attracted to bright colors because in the wild, bright colors can signify ripe fruits, flowers, anything that's going to be sweet and sugary, just like we like to have cakes and candies and things like that, and these guys love to have anything that's sweet. So just like we can't have too many cakes and too many candies or else we get overweight, same thing goes with these guys. We try to keep it limited, so we give them, like I said, once a week or so in the month of October, and then very rarely throughout that do we give them these sweet treats like this. So you can see him standing up here. This is called the finch response. In the wild, in the Galapagos Islands, there's a little bird called a finch, and it'll do a little dance on the ground or hop around on them somewhere. And they stand up and stretch out like this, and then the finch can get in and pick parasites or little bits of skin and stuff off of them. So they have a cool, what's called a symbiotic relationship, where they both get a positive something from it. So these guys get to get groomed, and the finches get some food, but they sit up and actually go into a trance. And they'll sit like that for a little bit. These guys are a piece of history for the zoo. They've been here since 1928, most of them. And it's the oldest animals in the zoo. It's the oldest residents here. Nothing even comes close to that. It's just fun to be in here and see how we've been able to change the exhibit and make it more healthy for them and the food and the diets and whatever we've given them.
Down Central Street. We just saw an infant Francois Langer that was born last week to a first-time mom.
Aww, how cute.
The baby's doing fantastic. We're all really excited, really impressed. The baby has gotten a lot stronger within just the last week. It's starting to look around and be very curious about its environment, which is exciting. So this species practices alloparenting, which is where every family member participates in raising the infant. so the infant is passed around to all the family members, and you're never quite sure which one is going to have them at the moment, but they all take great care of the baby. So the infant is born orange, and adults are black. So the thinking goes that being orange, everybody wants to hold and investigate the infant, which will increase the odds that the infant will survive and be taken care of by the family. Francois langurs are endangered. They are being hunted in the wild, and there's only a few thousand left. And in North America, there's a little under 100 within the zoos here, so every birth counts. The great thing about the Francois langurs is they are fairly active throughout the day.
Look how they have a
Sleeping in the
picture
sun,
of a
or they'll be
panda.
foraging, but either way,
Wild
they're fun to watch.
Stories at the San Diego Zoo. Season 1, episode 20. Newborn giraffes and Galapagos tortoises. Taking a trip to the San Diego Zoo to learn about their newborn giraffe and Galapagos tortoises.
Wild stories at the San Diego Zoo.
Elephant pals.
This is Elephant Odyssey at the San Diego Zoo. We have 7 awesome elephants here. One male elephant named Rajapur, who just celebrated his 50th birthday. And 6 female elephants, both African elephants and Asian elephants. Mila is the newest member of our elephant herd. She's an African elephant. You can tell because her ears form the shape of the continent of Africa. This is Mary, an Asian elephant. She's also the matriarch or leader of the elephant herd here at the zoo. This means she's in charge, and the other elephants look to her for her calm and wise guidance. When Mila met Mary for the first time, they were introduced through a safety wall. Mila was a bit unsure and put her ears out at Mary. But Mary stayed cool as a giant cucumber, reassuring Mila that there was nothing to be scared of. The next time they met was through an open fence line. Mila and Mary hit it off. First, being curious by smelling each other, and then showing affection by hugging trunks. Did you know that elephants are very tactile and have a great sense of smell? They use their trunks for many things, from bathing, to gathering, eating, and hugging. Mary and Mila hang out together all the time. They sometimes share the same hay feeder, which is a great sign that they are pals. Mila is a smart girl, and as a baby, she watches and learns from what the other elephants in the herd are doing. Female elephants form strong bonds with one another. They each have unique personalities and relationships. Sometimes they have little disagreements, but mostly they just hang out together.
Thanks for using Locast.org, the nonprofit that makes local, over-the-air broadcast available to everyone. Just $5 each month covers the cost of delivering your local broadcast channels. Please help Locast by becoming a member today.
Hi, I'm Kimberly. I'm a keeper here at the San Diego Zoo, and today we're going to catch some capybaras. Today we're catching the capybaras because they're really new. They're only 2 days old, so we have to do their first medical test. These babies are really little and they're really fast, so it's not very easy to catch them. We have to catch them using a net because they can run really fast. Mom is not very happy about us catching them, so sometimes she likes to give us a little bit of a chase. When we catch them, we give them a medical exam. So we check their teeth, we check their eyes, we check their temperature, and we put a little identifier in them to make sure that we know which one is which. Being very good. Capybaras are from South America, and they are the world's largest rodent. They can get up to 150 pounds. Usually capybaras can have between 2 and 6 babies at one time, and in this litter there were 4. So even though these capybaras are only 2 days old, they're actually very active. They can already run and jump and swim, and they're even eating a little bit of food, but they get most of their nutrition from their mom still.
We are here at the San Diego Zoo's Panda exhibit to celebrate our matriarch panda, Bayun's 24th birthday. Bayun's definitely the queen bee when it comes to her birthday party. She takes her time. She came out of her bedroom nice and slow, went straight to the cinnamon and the honey on her swing, and then she decided to visit a few boxes and destroy them, and then moseyed over eventually to her cake, which took her probably about 15 minutes to eat. So pandas are very scent-oriented, as their noses are really big, and they really enjoy certain smells. And when we had the hay in the one box, we put cinnamon in it, and she really enjoys cinnamon. And when a bear likes something, they'll rub it all over their head, they'll roll around in it, and they'll be really cute and do somersaults in it. Bayun's cake is a little different than her Cubs cut cakes because she is getting older. We are very wary of her dentition wearing down as she ages because bamboo is a very tough food to eat. So the keepers decided to make her birthday cake, and it's made out of applesauce and water, which makes it more of a slushy type cake. So it's a lot easier for her to eat and softer. It's pretty much a privilege to be working with her as long as I have. I haven't been her longest keeper, but definitely 6 years has been wonderful. And she's taught me a lot about giant pandas and how to take care of them, as well keep me on my toes whenever she had to come and she would do it if we weren't moving fast enough for her.
Hippo cat.
We're in front of the River Hippo exhibit at the San Diego Zoo, and we just let mother and 8-week-old calf out on exhibit. That would be Funani and Debbie. They have an activity session for 10 to 35 minutes usually on days that they're out on exhibit, which are Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. And the activity session consists of the baby trying to explore the entire exhibit pool and mom trying to corral it up into shallow water. Highly active. The older the kid gets, the more able it is, physically able, to extend its time out on exhibit, moving around. Hippos have a membrane over their eyes that allows them to see us outside the exhibit, much like we can see them through the glass. And so what they were doing this morning while you were filming was watching you watch them.
Important coronavirus alert, announcing MedProtect One telehealth with fast access to doctors 24/7. Video or speak with a licensed doctor in your state.
Right, customer.
It's built for a home.
It's ready to...
are giving them some wonderful holiday enrichment. Today they received some special wreaths, which were made of bruria and some hibiscus flowers as well. And then we sprinkled mealworms, their favorite snack, on top. They immediately were interested, jumped on top of them, were digging, trying to find all the worms that they could in the leaves, and they even had a few little tussles over who would get the most worms. The most important reason we do enrichment is to encourage natural behaviors of our animals. Meerkats have a lot of natural behaviors like digging and using their sense of smell to find their prey, like insects and things like that. So we want to encourage those behaviors as often as possible. Meerkats are diurnal, which means that they're most active in the morning when the sun comes up, and then a little bit later in the afternoon. But our meerkats are active pretty much all day long, so for most of the day you're guaranteed to see someone out here playing.
We're in the Children's Zoo at the old otter exhibit that's been renovated for our two penguins, two African penguins that have just come out of quarantine. These are the first penguins we've had in over 35 years. Both birds are adapting to the new exhibit. They seem to like it. They're spending a lot of time swimming underwater. The exhibit has underwater viewing, so the public could actually see them swimming underwater. They seem happy. African penguins are one of the most endangered penguins, so there's a real concern. These two penguins are just the beginning of a large flock that we hope to acquire over the next couple of years and start breeding the species. These guys are not a real cold weather penguin. They live off the tip of South Africa, and it's not like the Antarctic penguins where it's ice and snow. These guys live in an environment that looks very much like San Diego, as a matter of fact. So this home for our penguins in the Children's Zoo is actually a temporary home. They'll be here for the next 2.5 years while we're building our new state-of-the-art exhibit in Dog and Cat Canyon as part of a very large project called Africa Rocks.
Nearly 110 million people were victims of cybercrime last year. There was a victim of identity theft every 3 seconds.
Somebody ran over $50,000 all in.
Rebirth is very, very important to us. We want to end extinction here at the zoo. We're doing everything that we can to do that.
Thanks for joining us. See you next time on Wild Stories at the San Diego Zoo.
At Go-To Bank, we're for the go-to people in life.
Okay, I'm going to end this live stream because I started this live stream more than 5 hours ago. I started it at 5:56 p.m. and now it's after 11 at night. And I, uploaded 3 gymnastics meet, meets, one episode of Dog Tales, Animal Adventures, and Wild Times at the San Diego Zoo. So I'm sure my iPad battery is low because it started at 100%.